versus Angola, and after 7 overs, the score 33 without loss for Namibia. Stephen Bard on 19 and Divan Lecoq on 14.
Namibia sitting quite comfortably with 33 runs. We have two Trevors, one in the commentary box, one bowling from the northern end. But I can tell you which Trevor looks to be more comfortable right now. Oh, good fielding. Good fielding. Good morning, Trevor. How are you doing today?
Tanush.
You'll get it right one day.
Getting tongue-tied. Oh, I'm doing well, thank you. And looking forward to a good day's cricket. I know it was said earlier, and I think Gerard Erasmus also said so. He wants his top order batsman to play longer knocks today, and it looks like these two guys are trying to settle in and do just that.
Good running between the wickets. Trevor, we did see the game yesterday. It was a battleground, Namibia versus Uganda. Namibia batted first and they posted a score of 301. Today the pitch is more drier. How do you think Namibia will tackle today's game?
Yeah, I think sitting here still has a sort of a shine to it, so I think the ball seems to be coming on quite well. We'll see if it starts breaking up earlier, but until now I haven't seen anything funny happening. And yeah, I think we could. Namibia will definitely be looking to do similar or better.
That was up in the air, should land safe, couple of bounces, 4 runs.
Stephen Bard. Stephen definitely being aggressive whenever the ball gets offline. Stephen plays a lot on line and length, and his shot making is aimed at taking full toll of the ball that he receives.
That definitely was a good shot, flying right over mid-wicket. Couple of bounces, rolling onto the ropes for a 4. Here is Trevor again. Oh, nicely placed. Well done in the deep right there. Coming back for 1 run.
Yeah, good tactic. Hit the boundary, take the single, and get the other batsman on strike. It also makes it more difficult for the bowler if he's bowling to different batsmen every 1 or 2 balls. As each batsman has his own technique and own style. And you like to sort of work on a batsman, work him out. And if you only have 1 or 2 deliveries to each batsman, then it's not easy to do that.
Here's Trevor. Oh, brilliant fielding by cover.
Lecoq driving into the covers there.
But I have to say, both bowlers, opening bowlers for Uganda, Trevor and Cosmos, have been bowling much, much better than what we saw yesterday. Cosmos just going slightly off the tracks, giving away a few wides, but nice to see him making a comeback, keeping his length, keeping his line, and Trevor from the other end doing the equal work.
A slower delivery there. Yeah, I think Trevor Bukanya is. I was just looking at his action just now on the monitor, and I think he needs to commit a little bit more in his action. That is why he gets the odd one going down leg, the odd one losing its line, and giving the batsman a few chances. So he has a bit to work on. Cosmos, I picked up something just now, and I think that's his reason when it starts getting to left-handers, right-handers, he does start to lose his line a bit. And I think that's all down to his run-up, but we'll have a look when we get a left-hander in if we can pick up something there.
But this is a good call by the Ugandan skipper Arnold Otuani, keeping on these both bowlers for as long as he can.
I think, if I can just come in there, I think Cosmos yesterday and during the T20s did seem to lose it a bit bowling wides. And maybe it's now a good ploy to let him bowl a lot more overs now and not put the pressure on him at the end, where he seemed to actually lose it a bit yesterday.
That's right, we did see Cosmos bowling about 5 or 6 overs, taking a long break, and then coming back for his final overs, and that's when things went a bit off the track for him. But very nice, I'm sure the viewers back in Uganda are definitely loving his bowling today. Lots of improvement for this 19-year-old. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. It could not get as clean as that. Not a bad delivery, not a bad delivery at all, but just what an awesome shot.
See,
6 runs.
Stephen Bard there just playing that one on length. He's just waiting for the fuller ball, and then he's releasing his arms through it. See there, it was outside off stump, but he still went through with the shot on length. There's no danger there, no one out.
Stephen Bard now moved to 30 runs off 26 balls. 3 4s, 2 6s, striking at 115. Last reminder of viewers, once again, there is Eros Airport nearby, which is a city airport. If the cameraman can zoom into that airplane, that's a Cessna 210, flying from the south to the north. Here's Cosmos.
And again, flicking that one out to square leg. Again, Cosmos losing his line and length a little bit. God, looks like he may be tiring.
That was a good shot, flicking it just in the air between square leg and fine leg. Chase was on. Ball was slowing down, but he did get enough gas on it. Runs all the way for 4. Stephen Bard looking quite good, moving up to 34 runs. Striking now at 125. Cosmos slightly getting off the tracks, but I'm sure he can adjust his line.
Tanuja, I must say, I'm most impressed with your knowledge of aeroplanes. Is it an interest of yours?
Well, I used to fly them. Just beating the fielder. Should run all the way for 4. Not the type of over Cosmos was looking for. 3 boundaries in a row, 1 6, 2 4s. Namibia moving on quite well.
Yeah, maybe this is just one too many for Cosmos. Cosmos Kuyawuta just looks to be tiring a bit. He's just lost his line and length slightly in this over. He's over-pitched a couple that have been hit down the ground, and then the one that he was a bit too short going out to the square leg boundary. So yeah, maybe it is time to get him off.
I can also imagine what the pressure does. I mean, being hit for 3 boundaries, a 6, and followed by 2 4s, that also puts the pressure on him as well. Oh, much better, Cosmos. A bit of a steer down. The 19-year-old Cosmos, it fired up.
Yeah, I think Stephen Bard has been playing long enough not to let that worry him. He's a very calm fellow.
The last delivery for Cosmos in this over. Flick down to fine leg for 1 run. Namibia now 57 for the loss of no wickets after 8 overs.
And I see, I think Stephen Bard is experience beginning to show, taking toll on anything that is not of a decent length. That over we saw a couple of balls full that he hit straight back past the bowler, and then the shorter delivery down to the square leg boundary, showing there that he's showing a lot of intent, I think, of what he wants to do today. Stephen has a lot of experience. He's been playing many years now for Namibia. Started at a young age. At one stage captained the side.
Seems to be a bowling change. Uganda is now bringing in Raizat Ali Shah. Now he also bowled pretty well in yesterday's game. Hoping that this may just break up this partnership right now, which stands at 57. Namibia moving along quite well. For our viewers in Uganda watching us via the Cricket Namibia Facebook page, which is streamed live, once again, Mobale Nyo. That actually means welcome. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Beating point, running all the way for 4.
I think it was cut
Not
off
the
just short
way.
of the boundary. Running 3 there. It's now Divan Lecoq to face again. Divan Lecoq, stylish, very young player. He was still in school last year. And he has a great future ahead of him.
Fielded by short.
Yeah, just
Just
on
the
that,
1-1.
the fielding, the difference in fielding between the Namibian side and Uganda. So there again, we still see some misfields coming in. That one giving a single again. And that the Ugandans need to work on. If they start now already in the 10th over with misfields, it starts catching, and later everybody's doing it. So I think they need to just pick up their game there on the ground fielding.
We definitely saw lots of misfields yesterday, and also to complement those extra runs that Namibia scored were also the overthrows by the Ugandan players. Oh, inside edge. Should come back for 1 single. And yes, Trevor, I do agree with you. This is something that Uganda needs to address in their locker room, the discipline on the field. The bowlers are obviously complemented by the fielding of their mates out there, and we did see a few overthrows which were not really necessary. Fielder knows the batsmen have completed their run, no reason to throw it towards the stumps. And that's exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of watching the ball into your hands, staying down until you have the ball in your hands before you look to throw. And just being a little bit more patient in the field.
Well, it seems like we do have a few fans sitting in Uganda asking us if there's going to be rain today. I can tell you one thing, that it's clear skies right now. There will be a bit of a cloud build-up this afternoon, but no rain. Up in the air, sliced over. Down to the man in the deep, just a 1 run. So yeah, to our viewers in Uganda, no chance of rain today. Well, not over the cricket fields. Windhoek is surrounded by mountains, so there might be a bit of build-up outside.
Fine shot there by Stephen Bard. Classic cover drive. Out to the deep, and it's 2 more runs. Bard going along well. 40 now. 42 probably now. Yeah, his score's not yet updated. 42 to Bard.
Namibia now 65 runs for the loss of no wickets after 10 overs. Stephen Bard looking very comfortable. 42 runs, or 43 runs rather, in 32 balls.
And I think Tanu's looking at the last 5 overs again. Namibia started conservatively, but have definitely put their foot down a bit, and there's been 8.4 runs to the over the last 5 overs. 42 runs scored.
Not a bad start for Namibia. Always nice to come in as the end of the power play. You can see the players moving out into the fields. But good tactic here by Namibia. Batsmen settling in, taking it very nice and easy, playing casually, learning the two bowlers, learning the field around them. And once they establish themselves, once they know they've got their feet on the ground, they start opening up their bat. But so far we haven't seen any risky shots being played.
And is that Henry Senyondo coming into bowl now? It looks like it. Henry Senyondo coming into the attack. That one played and missed. So Uganda just waiting for the power play to finish before bringing a spinner into the attack. Left arm around the wicket.
Good single, good drive towards the cover for a single. What's interesting is that they have a slip. Seems to be Ron Patel out there, standing next to a skipper.
Oh, it's
interesting field.
Interesting to see if there's a bit of turn today. With the wicket a bit older, taking a little bit away yesterday. That one slightly over pitched and played out again to the deep cover boundary. 1 run added to Bard's score.
Yeah, this pitch is definitely a lot drier than yesterday. The cracks have opened up towards the southern end, so any spinner bowling from the northern end will definitely have an advantage. Same shot, same result, 1 run.
Yeah, a little bit of turn I saw there, but it seems to be slow, so batsman chance to adjust to that.
It's actually very interesting that the skipper for Uganda, Arnold Twani, would bring on a spinner at this time, just after 10 overs.
Oh, well, look, I think it's to do with these middle overs are important. Spinners, especially in southern Africa, are used a lot to sort of control the run rate. And after the first 10 overs, they're allowed a few more fielders out on the boundary. So that's why he's brought in now and not earlier.
Just beating the cover, chases on, should get 2 runs. Long off, had to do a bit of running.
Trevor Bukenya, after his bowling spell, made a lot of ground. Cut that one off short of the boundary.
Namibia cruising along pretty well, 70 runs for the loss of no wickets after 11 overs. This is the Castle Lite Series, the second 50-over match between Uganda and Namibia. I'd like to welcome our fans who are watching in Namibia and in Uganda and in India. Sponsored by Dafabet India, our sponsors Castle Lite. And to our fans in the fan park area, right here in the Wanderers Stadium, in the beer garden and in the restaurant, in the Grove Mall by News Cafe restaurant, and in our coastal town of Swakopmund, who are watching this game live at the Dome. Here is Raizat Ali Shah.
That was a fine shot there. Lecoq playing it on the width. That was one of Ali Shah's problems yesterday was his width, getting a little bit wide outside off stump. And I'd like to welcome Gary into the chair next to me. Gary, welcome this morning.
Thank you, Trevor. Lovely day for cricket, isn't it?
It
Sunny,
is, yes.
clear skies, no breeze, and I think looking a little bit quicker than it was yesterday. The wicket, lovely wicket for batting. Certainly doesn't seem to be too much troubling the batsman at the moment. Lovely stroke play, 74 without loss on Namibia, and we're about to potentially witness our half century.
It's Lecoq on strike at the moment. Shah to him again.
little bit nervous running there from Lecoq, the little half cock, but in the end gets home safely. The Ugandans have been guilty throughout the series, Trevor, of not being as sharp in the field as they could have been. And then another example where the batsman might have been caught short. We've seen a couple of boundaries go through hands as well. Certainly an area where the Ugandan management will be looking at working on.
Yeah, just looking at that replay there, I think he would have made his ground anyway. But yeah, I don't think they're attacking the ball as much as they should be, especially in the offside in the circle. They should be attacking the ball a little bit more.
So bright start for the Namibian side, and that does bring up the half century. No, 46. Sorry, number was upside down. 6 was a 9. It is a bright start for the Namibians, but the Ugandans haven't taken advantage of those first 10 overs. I thought there was a little bit of bowling a little bit too short, guilty of just getting that line wrong.
Yeah, I think they first sort of Cosmos Kwetu Uwuta, he was good his first couple of overs, and then he lost his line and length a little bit later on. And you know, with that pace, the guys just need to get bat on ball, and it goes to the boundary. So he's going to have to work on that. And Trevor Bukenya, he was just a little bit loose from the get-go. You know, they don't have any. They've only got 2 out on the boundary in the first few overs, so you don't have that luxury of being able to vary your line and length. You've got to be very, very consistent and very disciplined.
Ali Shah, 8 runs in his first over. And this one, beautiful late cut through that gully area. 4 runs. And that does bring up the half century for Stefan Bart. 38 balls in it, 2 sixes, beautifully struck shots, and 6 fours. So a very bright, sparkling innings off only 34 balls.
Yeah, I think lovely, but that again showed Ali Shah a bit wide of off stump. There was 2 fours in that exact same area this over so far.
So Ali Shah, 1.5 overs, 0 for 19. Well, the Ugandans might be scratching their head a little bit. Neither of the strike bowlers looked particularly sharp. And Ali Shah, who is usually a good first change bowler, is getting some tap from a batsman who's well established.
Yeah, I was just looking at this field placing. It looks like Uganda using that same ploy that Namibia used yesterday, with the 2 sort of at a backward of point, almost gully, and then a second gully, and then the sweep out on the offside on the boundary at point, and the third man. The thing is, if you get a little bit too wide on that, then it gives the batsman a free shot down to that backward point area, and your sweepers can't cut it off. And I think that's what's happening to Ali Shah. He's just a little bit too wide. If he brings his line back to about 4th stump, he'll have a lot more success with that field placing.
Just an attempt to put the batsman under a little bit of pressure by giving him the space to think about that single. But if he gets it wrong, the idea being that it puts him under pressure. As you say, if it is too wide, there's lots of space then suddenly in that area. And when a batsman's well settled, that is almost a safe shot to just guide it out there backward of point.
Most definitely. And also, we're not seeing anything funny out of the wicket today. So now that they've got the speed of the wicket and the bounce, it's easy to play shots.
Henry Senyondo, his first over went for 5. Left arm orthodox. Coming around the wicket. Big step in and a swing, but a miss.
Wicketkeeper appealing for a caught behind. Not behind, sorry, stumping.
Just the tiniest hint of movement off the seam there.
Yeah, it is. There is a little bit of turn at this stage available to him, but it seems to be slow. Nothing really vicious coming out of the wicket, so the spinners are going to have to really work on their lines and their lengths today. Anything too short is going to be punished.
Lovely technique on that replay of the stumping. Foot firmly anchored, not moving despite the big step being put in. Great technique. And this time the big step yields the results. Ball right in the slot, a lovely swing through, and another boundary.
See, there again we see Stephen Bart playing on length. He's played that shot on length. He's got a little bit too full and gives him a chance just to open his shoulders and play it over the sort of a wide long on area.
He's done a great job in changing the length of that delivery by putting that really big step in and giving himself almost a half volley shot.
Yeah, that's what I was saying now. The length is vital when the spinners are not getting or when it is turning slowly. There's got to be great discipline from the spinners. The lengths have to be right. See, there again too full, allowing him just to drive down the ground. But that's probably a better ploy than the previous one, where he gave him the opportunity to open his shoulders and play it out over the long on area.
Toss that one up a little bit. Good length. That still gives away the single.
But of course, with his field placing, he's got to keep it fairly full because he has no one behind square really on the offside, and turning away from the batsman. If he gets too short, they'll open up that area for the batsman. We could see a reverse sweep coming out here at some stage, trying to exploit that area.
Bart, strike rate over 140 at the moment.
And it looks like they're listening to me on the field because they've just taken the slip out and trying to plug that gap.
It's just moved a few steps back as Patel. This one just played out onto the onside.
Moved into a wide third man.
And at the end of that over, and Bart not suffering any nerves there. 12 off 2 for Senyandu. Razid Ali Shah is in operation on the other end. Not for 19. And Bart looking like he's hungry for a big score today. It's been a very balanced innings. He's hit a couple of aggressive shots. He looked when it looked like the quicks were out of shape, he got on top of them pretty quickly, and he's doing a beautiful job. His experience coming to the fore here.
That's right. Yeah, Stephen Bard works really hard on his game, on different aspects of his batting. I watch him sometimes at the indoor facility, and he really he trains everything against the quicks, against the slower bowling, using his feet, playing the different shots, and you can see it here. You know, it takes a lot of discipline to spend those hours training like that. It's hours that he puts in himself away from the squad training, and you can see it now paying off. And also another bowler change of bowling.
Just talking a little bit about Stephen Bard's experience, and you can see it paying off. Just under 6,000 runs between first class List A and ODI cricket.
Roger Mukasa into the bowling attack now. Roger Mukasa, that one dropping short. Devon Lecoq scolding himself after not taking full toll on that delivery. Mukasa, right arm around the wicket. Off spinner.
Very short delivery, almost a bit of a rank long hop. I think they were very kind to that delivery.
Obviously, they'll take a couple of deliveries just to look at the new bowler, see what he's doing.
Better length from the Ugandan.
I don't know why he's bowling around the wicket with this. I suppose the field has been set up for him to bowl around the wicket. Guy at 45 inside the circle, another one at the mid-wicket inside the circle. A long on and a deep mid-wicket. And then also backward of square on the boundary. So yeah, that's why he's bowling around the wicket and looking to at least keep the batsman quiet, playing out into these areas.
There doesn't seem to be too much happening there, but he's done a credible job of making them think. And he had a couple of deliveries there that could have travelled, but he comes away with only a light injury. So Namibia at the moment 90 without loss after 14, and that would probably have been what they would have been aiming for at about this stage.
I remember a few years back when Sri Lanka won the World Cup. Whatever year that was in the 90s, I think it was. They used to look at about 90 odd off the first 15 was their target. And if we take that into account, then yeah, 90 or 14 seems to be a very decent start for Namibia. Going at above 6 to the over.
Also important, it's been fairly chanceless. There was a thick inside edge and one or two fairly poorly played wristy shots, but apart from that, it hasn't been a story of drop catches and missed runouts. It's just been good, solid batting by this opening pair.
That was definitely a wonderful platform being set for the rest of the Namibian batting.
Talking to Johan Miller before the start of play and just commenting on the lovely mix of experience and youthfulness that the Namibians have brought into the squad. Oh.
Now, this is obviously a wonderful opportunity to bring a few younger players in and blood them, give them a bit of experience, see what you've got going forward. And I must say that all of them so far have proved themselves. They've taken the opportunity and they've performed well. The T20s, Micha de Pree was really great with a bat. Yesterday, Michael van Lingen really took it to the Ugandans during those last overs and showed his worth and also bowled a bit. Today, Devan Lecoq, he's had a bit of a start yesterday, but today he's up into the 30s, and he and Stephen Bard have done a great job opening the innings.
Of course, what it also does, it puts a little bit of pressure on the more established players. If there's nothing like a hungry 19-year-old in the squad to remind you that fielding is also your job sometimes.
That's right, and it actually just ups the energy levels in the squad. You know, these youngsters, they just seem to bring a different energy and almost a different culture into the squad, and it forces the older, more experienced players to act a bit younger and to show more passion. I think it is.
Not a bad over, 93 without loss after 15. So Namibia would have been relatively happy with that. Uganda, I would imagine, would also not be terribly disappointed. It looked like after the 8th and 9th overs that things might just get away from them a little bit. But they've brought on slower bowlers who've managed to just bring some semblance of rationality back to the batting. Very well set, 93 without loss after 15. Bart is there on 61. Devan Lecoq on 31 or 46. Bart's innings are 45. So the younger man taking a little bit of time to just learn from the more experienced batsman. The beautiful thing about these sorts of tours, of course, Uganda looking to gain one-day international status. That is their stated goal. They've contracted 22 players now. 2 different levels of contracting for Uganda. I think they've learned a lot from what Namibia's done over the last 2 years as well. But the beautiful opportunity for both the experienced players who deserve now a little bit of more time in the middle and the younger players to gain that experience is it's also good to be able to create these sorts of African rivalries as well, where teams have played each other and there's a little bit of history between them.
No, I think definitely it is so. I just think that, especially yesterday's game, it looked like they were playing later for Patel to get his century and not really going for the win. And when I was playing the game, I used to get upset, especially when we were also trying to make it and sort of work our way up in one-day cricket. there were times when you sort of set a score lower than what the actual target was and tried to get there, and it used to actually work against my grain, sort of not going for the win. And I think that seriously, if you want to make it, you've got to start going for wins in these games.
Lovely use of the feet, straight down the ground. Perhaps also just worth pointing out, they were 9 for 4 early on in the innings and didn't have a lot of firepower after Patel. If he had fallen, it probably would have been over in an over or so.
They were 9 for 4, but then they had a great recovery, and at one stage they were very similar to where Namibia were, but they just didn't try and kick on from that. I think that's the thing. You've got to show intent to want to win the game, and that intent wasn't really there yesterday. You know, whether you fall short, if they'd gone for it and fallen 80 runs short, then that's fine. But to sort of play out the game towards the end, you don't really learn anything. They didn't learn anything about how to go about chasing at the end there. They should have then set themselves then another target and tried to go at 8, 9 and over.
There is that reverse sweep, and it yields results. Lovely shot selection and great execution brings another 4 to the score, and Namibia really keeping that scoreboard ticking over now.
I see he went over the wicket there, so changed his line, gave Stephen Bard the opportunity there to reverse sweep.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. Uganda on the ropes, 9 for 4. Not a lot of batting in that lineup, and not a lot of experience either when you look at sort of what was lying further down the batting order. It wasn't as if they had a Stephen Bard hiding at number 7 or 8. And the Namibian bowlers struggled to capitalise from a fantastic early start.
Look, I think it's not about attacking. You still want to do your disciplines properly and bowlers to bowl to the field. At the end of the day, a 50-over game is the team that has the most runs on the board after 50 overs. So your aim is not to go and attack full out and give runs away. The aim is to keep the runs down and to win that way. And normally scoreboard pressure turns into wickets. In Test cricket, it's different. If you've got a side at 9 for 4, then you'll have 5 slips, 2 gullies, a short leg, catching cover, and that sort of stuff, and they attack and they go for the jugular. But that's a totally different form of cricket, and you see it there. But I think the one days you need to be more conservative in that aspect. You also don't want to bowl out one of your strike bowlers that you may need later.
Sure.
So yeah, there's a lot more involved in one-day cricket.
Certainly not meant as a criticism, but there will be periods in any one day game where a batsman's perhaps in his shell a little bit, and you want to bring him out of his shell and force him to play runs. Can't always rely on the aggression of the opposing side, and that perhaps also a learning opportunity for some of these younger bowlers. Is how do you create chances when the batsman isn't going to give them to you?
Yeah, I think, as I said just now, it's about creating pressure, bowling your areas. The bowlers have got their areas. They need to bowl to their field. And if there are then false shots, you are going to get the wickets. So that's it. First create pressure by bowling your areas. You can only control what you do properly. And after that, it's over to the batsman to find a way of overcoming that. And if he doesn't do that, then if the side needs to go at 6 and over and they're only going at 5 and over, then it's each over at 5 and over is a victory to the bowler. And I think that's seen more that way in one-day cricket, is that bowlers have victories by keeping runs down. Yeah, wickets are a bonus.
Well, it's drinks, and Ugandans having a little regroup on the field as well. The umpires having a bit of a chat. 109 for 0. Story of the game so far. Namibia wins the toss and elects to bat, as they did yesterday, where Uganda won the toss and asked them to bat. And a slightly different start this time for the home side. 109 without loss. And a very bright inning so far from Stephan Bart. 69 he's on after only 49 deliveries. Devon Lecoq with him has looked a little nervy in the opening over or two, but has played along very nicely and kept that scoreboard ticking along. Bart 2 sixes and 8 boundaries. Lecoq 1 6 and 3 boundaries. Come out of his shell just a little bit in the last few overs. 39 or 49. So a very good platform for the Namibians. 5 bowlers used by the Ugandans. And everyone gone for a little bit of tap. Mukasa in operation at the moment. He's 12 runs conceded for no wicket after 2. Sinyonda 21 runs conceded for no wicket. Razat Ali Shah came. His 2 overs cost 19, and Bukenya, which was Uganda's opener, was also expensive, conceding 30 runs off his opening 4. Cosmos Quiyuta perhaps bowled 1 over too long. He had a great opening spell, but then his 5th over cost quite a lot, 27 runs. But he did have that 1 maiden. So, in general, the Ugandans looking up against the ropes. The Namibians have a fantastic platform from which to launch.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. And I think I'm going to have a break now and going to have a cup of tea. And Amor is taking over.
Well, great stuff from the Eagles here. Not a good start from the Ugandan bowlers this morning. And the Eagles have taken advantage. Effortlessly scoring here.
Yeah, I think it's been a very balanced approach by the Namibian batsmen. A mix of aggression. There's been already 3 sixes hit, as well as 11 boundaries. So it hasn't just been in singles. They've been dealing in, but they have done a great job in keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Another example of that. Looking for the space and then making sure that nice, clean execution of run is taken.
Well, it's going to be tough goings here for the Ugandans. Once Lecoq gets his 50, he's also going to start playing more shots.
Well, Uganda's going to have to come up with a different plan here. This, whatever they're doing at the moment isn't working. And Namibia are under absolutely no pressure. Both batsmen well settled. And the scoreboard keeps moving. There's lots of space in the field. The Ugandans have given some decent areas to hit into down the ground as well as on the offside. And again, that is driven down the ground, but good fielding from the bowler to stop the run. And Uganda needs something different. The introduction of spinners briefly curtailed the run making, but Namibia are rollicking along quite comfortably. And you can see a little bit of opening of shoulders happening as well. There's some hitting happening. It's not just playing it into spaces. The Namibians are keeping the aggression up as well and putting the pressure on the visitors to come up with another plan.
Well, they need a plan and need one very quickly, because these 2 batsmen are in now. A partnership of 112 runs.
Better length from Sinyonda. So weather conditions yesterday a little bit more overcast, but there is a little bit of a build-up over Windhoek. Again, just a light, cool breeze and really ideal conditions for cricket.
Should we say it's a bowling wicket, or is there anything for the, a batting wicket, or is anything for the bowlers?
We saw yesterday, and on 1 or 2 deliveries today, if the bowlers really bend their backs, there's a little bit of bounce. But if anything, the wicket looks to be a little bit flatter than yesterday. And it looks like ideal run scoring conditions. Stefan Bart he's now in that position where he starts dreaming big ambitions. On 70, looking good, no false strokes. He's got an established partner with him settled. There's no pressure given the match position at the moment. And an opportunity for him to just keep doing what he's doing, keep revolving that strike, adding to the scoreboard. And there'll be an opportunity. He's put himself in a position now to start thinking about 3 figures. What both batsmen have done well to the slower bowlers is change the length by good use of the feet. Another example there, just getting to the pitch quickly creates that opportunity for a well-struck shot.
But if you look at this current situation for Uganda, what does the captain do? How do you create pressure here?
I think their critical problem seems to be that their opening pair didn't really put these batsmen under any pressure. So going back to them isn't going to introduce any fear. And at this point, their strategy seems to be hoping someone makes a mistake. Well struck pull, finds the gap. Lovely boundary. Little pause at the top of that delivery. And the batsman just rocking back and doing well to pick up the slight variation from the bowler.
Great shot from Lecoq. Splitting the two fielders there.
So the home side looking very well set on 120 without loss. 72 for Bart and 47 for Lecoq.
Well, back in the commentary box, Danish. Tanish. It's not duh, it's ta.
A bit of a tongue twister. Seems like a new bowler in the Ugandan attack. Oh, it looks like Henry Senyondo still continuing with his bowling. Up in the air. And dropped.
That was the chance there. That was the chance they were looking for. They couldn't afford that drop there. Finally, they created a chance. And the fielding lets them down again. Patel there dropping the ball. Disappointment for the captain. Disappointment for the bowler. Another life for Stefan Butt. It's the last player you want to drop here.
That's right, that was a golden chance for the visitors. Ronak Patel just not able to get his hands. Maybe from his point of view, maybe the ball just fell short. But he still should have stopped it.
Well, if you look at the amount of opportunities they're creating here, you got to take those chances. You got to take them. But good stuff from Henry here.
No, definitely, and the Ugandan team will definitely be looking into their fielding. Smacked, should go for 4. Good shot by de Kock. Brings up his half century. Well played. Boundary moving up to 52 runs. Coming off 58 balls. 5 4s, 1 6. Good strike rate.
I don't know, but I'm liking this player. I'm really liking him. His stroke play, he plays like someone that has been playing, he's playing his 50th game. He plays so well, he's so confident. He waits for the ball. Doesn't force anything. Very good young player.
Definitely playing a very casual game for the Eagles right here. Good rotation of strike. Good batting between these two batsmen. Both of them well settled in. Both of them into their half centuries. Stephen Bard probably looking at those 3-digit figures. Good shot to deep point, coming back for a single. Ugandan bowlers definitely need to rethink their line. So does the fielding as well. You can see Ronak Patel out there still not happy with that drop catch, resulting Namibia in 3 runs.
Well, it's going to be a tough afternoon here, tough morning for the Ugandans. It's right now 131 runs for no lost. Also 131 partnership for these two.
Roger Mukasa back in the attack. To our viewers watching this game live stream on the Cricket Namibia Facebook page, welcome once again. Please do keep those comments coming in. We do enjoy reading them. Probably words of encouragement for the Cranes, our visitors. Struggling a little bit today with their bowling line. Oh, brilliantly fielded. Good fielding.
Better fielding there. Good stuff.
This is quite an opening portion between the two Namibian batsmen. So what type of total can we expect today?
Well, we're looking at 380, 360. If things continue like this.
That was up in the air. Razat Ali Shah. Oh, got his hands on it, dropped it. 6 more runs. That was a bit of a difficult catch. If he could not get his hands on it, he could have just flicked it back into the field, saving valuable runs.
Well,
He'll not be happy with himself. He got a feel for the Cranes here. Right on the boundary, got his hands on it, and deflects it all the way for 6.
Second drop chance here. Should we say that one was a bit more easier? Maybe it was in the sun, you couldn't see it well.
Bit of a tough ask. I mean, we do know the ball was high in the air going towards the boundary. And this is where the fielders have to realize that if they cannot get their hands on it, rather just flick it back into the field. You know, instead of trying to get a catch out giving 6 runs, might as well save 4 runs right there.
Well, nowadays you see the players staying in the air and trying to flick the ball back into the air and run back and try to still get the wicket. You know, in national cricket.
Well, 20 overs gone. Namibia moves on to 138. Still lots of cricket to be played. I did ask earlier on what type of a total are we expecting here. I just saw this one comment, 500. That's a bit too far-fetched, but
well,
we are looking at a 300-plus score today.
Well, basically, what you would expect in a good game of ODI cricket, you will expect to around 100 runs. If you have scored 100 runs by 20 overs, you are doing quite well. You know, that's a good score. But if you are 138 runs within 20 overs in an ODI game, that means 400 is not that far.
That's right. Not to mention that Namibia still have 10 wickets in hand. This opening partnership worth 138 runs. We've got 2 batsmen, one sitting on 78, the other one on 59. Well into their half centuries, they will be looking to dominate this Ugandan attack. Seems like a new bowler in. Dinesh seems like it, Akrani.
He did well for his side yesterday. And that's the question here. You ask yourself, like, what was the delay? If you got a good bowler and you're under pressure, maybe it's good to bring him in earlier.
Our visitors, the Ugandan Cranes, trying to slow down this partnership, this run rate with spinners.
This is the bowler I was waiting to see. He's into the attack now. His only challenge is that these batsmen are very settled now. And if you look at the strike rates, Lecoq 93.65 and Stefan 131.66. They're not going to stand back, and there's another boundary there from Lecoq. Well, our Facebook viewers believe that it's going to be a high-scoring game here.
Well, they could be right. Absolutely good batting by Stephen Bard and Devon Lecoq, building on that solid partnership. And I think we all know that once these two gentlemen get their three-digit figures, they will definitely step on the gas. Quick single right there. Driven straight down for 1 run.
Ten runs off the over already. My apologies, 7 runs so far, with 1 more ball to go. A swing and a miss there.
That was a good line by Dinesh Nakrani, knowing that Devon Lecoq will be looking to swing that bat, adjusting his speed, adjusting his line. Good bowling. Good comeback by Uganda. Namibia 145 after 21 overs. Cruising along quite smoothly. Current run rate just below 7. Stephen Bard sitting at 80 runs from 61 deliveries. 8 fours, 2 sixes. Striking just above 130. And good support from Devon Lecoq. 64 runs off 66 balls. 6 fours, 2 sixes. Striking just above 95. Roger Mukasa back in the attack. Not happy with that ball. Gone for 4.
Well, Lecoq is stepping it up, taking his strike rate over 100 now with that boundary. My apologies, Bard there, scoring that boundary. Well, he's at 84 runs just from 62 balls. Just 16 runs away from a century here.
He just has to hang in there, keep his calm. Straight down. Long off comes in. Just a 1 run. The Ugandan teammates from the dugout supporting Roger. Good spirits over here. They know that Uganda desperately needs a wicket to break up this partnership. Oh, good bowling. Bit of a misfield. Just got his hand on the ball, went right through. And he ran towards it. And got him. That was the breakthrough that Uganda was looking for. They got the very dangerous Devon Lecoq bouncing down the tracks. Ball took a turn. Straight into the safe hands of Arnold Otwani, bringing the end of Devon Lecoq, well played. 64 runs of 67 balls. 6 fours, 2 sixes. Just when we thought that he was going to step on it and take this game away from the Ugandans. Good comeback by Roger Mukasa. And good stumping by his skipper, Arnold Otwani. Namibia lose their first wicket, 151 for 1 after 21 overs.
Well, a good breakthrough for the Ugandans. They needed this one. Good wicket. And they can now put pressure on the new batsman. But good play by Lecoq. 64 runs from 38 balls just in his second game for the Eagles. He looked quite disappointed, but I think he did quite well for his team.
He definitely did absolutely amazing for his team. Opening for the Eagles, not an easy thing to do. His team will definitely be proud. New batsman walks in, JP Kotze. Another big hitter for Namibia. So it's just not fun and games yet. Uganda still has a lot of work to do. Stephen Bard still out there.
Well, JB Kutsia yesterday went out for naught. He would try to score some runs today.
End of the 22nd over with a wicket coming from it. Namibia 151 for 1.
Going forward from here is just about if Namibia is going to change their mentality. If Stefan is going to be more careful instead of being carefree like he's been. Doesn't look like it. JP looks like he's limping a bit, or am I seeing something else when he's in his run?
Dinesh Akrani continuing from the southern end. JP Kotze on strike, still has to get off the mark. Namibia still in a very comfortable position here after 22 overs, 152 runs, still got 9 wickets in hand. One run taken, that gets JP Kotze off the mark. With Stephen Bard now on strike. Oh, beaten mid-off. Should come back for 1 run.
Well, let's look at the scoreboard ticking here. Rotating strike quite well. I think the Ugandans have a chance here to take advantage of this, dry out some runs, and put the Namibians under pressure.
Played down to mid-on. Saud Aslam down there in the deep. Great fielding work for his country. Namibia coming for a single. Pushing the score to 155.
The question here is, Stefan, is he going to, because he's almost in his 90s, 87 balls, is he still going to play freely here, or is he going to be careful trying to get that 100? Also with the new batsman on the other side. Let's look at how he's going to approach this.
I think he's going to play his casual game. I mean, we're still in the 22nd over. Still lots of batting to come. Namibia still have 9 wickets in hand. Stephen Bard knows that he is coasting along quite comfortably for himself, for his team. Namibia now 156 for the loss of 1 after 23 overs. Still not even halfway down the game. I think he's just going to be very comfortable down over there. Keep playing those singles, rotating, converting those dot balls into singles, and casually getting to his 100. And once he hits that 3-digit mark, I think from there onwards, that's when he's going to step on the gas.
Roger Mukasa continues with his 6th over here, picking up 1 wicket so far, giving away 32 runs, 33 runs, at an economy rate of about 6.4. Well, if you compare today's economy rates with yesterday, it's quite high.
That's good bowling by Roger. Previous 2 deliveries, JP Kotze hitting it down to cover. Good running. Good running.
Well, it's amazing what a wicket can do. He's bowled a few dot balls there. Obviously, JP Kutsia just came in. And Stephen Bard into his 90s now.
End of the 24th over. Namibia now 158 for 1. Stephen Bard 90 runs, 69 balls, 9 fours, 2 sixes. Striking at 130. JP Kotze, new batsman that just walked in. 3 runs off 8 balls. Still settling in. We do know that he's got lots of batting power. Dinesh Akrani to continue from the southern end, with Stephen Bard on strike. Uganda desperately need wickets. Slice down to deep point, coming back for 1 run. Oh, a bit of inside edge, a bit of a mix-up. Directed Dublin out. JP Kotze had to dive towards his wickets. Direct hit. He would have just been in, just by his nails. And this is what's going to get the Ugandan bowlers very, very frustrated. This combination of right hand, left hand batting partnership. Oh, they'll need to pull out all sorts of tricks out of this bag.
Definitely. I mean, the strike rotation, it's also very irritating for the bowlers. You want to bowl to one batsman for an over or few balls, but good strike rotation here. They seem to be just trying to build a small partnership here.
25 overs gone. Namibia now 161 for 1. Well, it seems like Dinesh Akrani still has a couple of deliveries left.
He really hits the ball hard into the wicket. Getting some bounce there. Putting JP Kotse under a bit of pressure there. He plays a lot with his front foot there. A single to end the over.
That was a good shot down to mid-on. Saad Aslam, who's down there, had to do a bit of running. After 25 overs, Namibia 162 for 1, putting JP Kotse back on strike.
You know, like I said earlier, it's natural for a player in his 90s to be a bit more careful. You know, trying to get to a century.
That's right, it's not a nice feeling. You reaching your 90s and then getting out. All that hard work gone in vain. Good stroke from JP Kotse down to mid-on. He loves playing in that area, especially when he wants to go for singles. Stephen Bard now on strike, sitting at 92. And Roger Mukasa. Push down to mid-off just for 1 run.
Just rotating the strike here. He goes to 93 runs.
Yeah, this can be quite frustrating for the Ugandan fielders because every time there's a change of strike, the fielders have to adjust accordingly. That's a shout. Umpire says no. JP Kotse just shimming the ball away. That was actually pretty close. We'll have to check on replay. Good line by Roger. Pitching in line. Probably called no for height. Oh, what a catch. What a catch. Good bowling, good catching. That's the end of JP Kotse. 6 runs of 13 balls. Just couldn't settle in there. Uganda strike again. Namibia 164 for the loss of 2 wickets in the 25th over.
Well, great stuff here from Roger Mukasa, getting his 2nd wicket. And the spin seems to be doing a lot for the Ugandans here.
That's right, I'm sure they would have loved the wicket of Stephen Bard. Nonetheless, they still got a wicket. In walks in the Namibian skipper, Gerard Rasmus, number 7 jersey, will be joining Stephen Bard out there.
Well, that's the other thing. You get a wicket and then you see Erasmus and you're asking yourself, is this what you really want? Now the skipper is in.
Roger will be quite pleased with himself, picking up 2 wickets now. Economy just above 5.5, doing brilliantly for Uganda. Still 2 more deliveries left in this over. The skipper to face the music just after JP Kotze departed. Here is Roger coming from the northern end to Rasmus.
Oh, this is going to be interesting to watch how Erasmus approaches this game. Obviously, he's the skipper of the side. He's got a score in mind. End of the over. Great bowling by Roger Mukasa there.
That's right, just the 2 runs and the 1 wicket of JP Kotze coming off that over. Namibia now 164 for 2 after 26 overs. Seems like Dinesh Akrani will continue from the southern end. And it is Stephen Bard back on strike. I wonder what's going through his mind. 93 runs, 7 more needed. Good shot down square leg. Bit of running over there. Namibia getting 2 runs. And more importantly, Stephen Bard moving to 95 runs. Still good strike rate, striking at 130. 9 fours, 2 sixes.
A good platform here for the Namibians. Very, very good platform.
Oh, it seems to be edged and drop. Keeper could just not keep his hands on it. Oh boy, another chance given away by Uganda. Dinesh Akrani definitely not happy with that.
Once again, the fielding letting the Ugandans down. There was a big chance there. Could have had 2 new batsmen in. But they dropped him there and he goes to 96. They just need to keep their heads up, keep on bowling. Danish has been bowling quite well. 5.7 per over. Well, the Namibian run rate dropping now to 6.34 after the 2 wickets are falling. Batsmen trying to play themselves in here.
Well, the last 5 overs has been a bit slow for Namibia. Only 18 runs coming off it with the 2 wickets. Run rate at 3.6. But because of an explosive start by Divan Lecoq and Stephen Bard, Namibia's current run rate still stands just above 6. Well fielded by Razat Ali Shah. Just couldn't keep his hands on it. Namibia sneaking in that 1 run. Stefan Bard back on strike, sitting on 96. One boundary will get him there. That was up in the air, but should land safe. Raizat Ali Shah missing it, coming back for a single. Putting the skipper, Gerard Rasmus, back on strike.
Well, Danish making the ball talk here. He's creating some opportunities. Had a drop catch as well earlier in this over. Trying to create some chances for his captain. They need some wickets here. Dot ball to finish the over. 169 runs for 2 wickets lost here. Well, our viewers on social media, on Facebook, let's see what your new predictions are. Still going to be 400, 500 after 2 wickets lost.
It's a good guessing game. Namibia still well in control over your 169 for the loss of 2 wickets after 27 overs. This is the Castle Lite Series, the second 50-over game between Namibia and our visitors, Uganda. Proudly sponsored by Castle Lite and Dafabet India. For our viewers watching us all over in Namibia and in Uganda, this is the last 50-over game. Namibia already 1 up in the series. Seems like Roger Mukasa continuing his bowling attack.
No sign of nerves there. Nice shot by Stefan Bart. 98. He goes 2 runs shy of that magical mark.
Down the ground, up in the air. Seems like just 1 bounce and 4. Umpires give it 6. Right, the skipper joins the party.
Aggressive stroke from the captain. Just and perhaps also useful to in assisting his compatriot. Just shy of 100 is always a little bit of thinking that goes on. And he says, look, this is how easy it is. Step forward, smash it.
Probably showing Stefan Bard, listen mate, this is how you get a century. Hit it like this.
Exactly. If it comes out the middle, it travels. Mukasa is really struggling to have any sort of impact on the batsman.
But both spinners, Roger Mukasa and Dinesh Nakrani, did manage to slow down this Namibian run rate, but just not enough. The Namibian batsmen capitalizing on any loose ball they get.
Is this the run? Thoughts of it, they run for the misfield.
And that's his 100.
And Uganda gifts it to Stefan Bart. With a bad misfield deep, and the batsman ignoring that old age wisdom of don't run for the misfield, run for it. And that is the century. And a very well played knock by the Namibian.
Well played, Stephen Bard. 100 runs coming off 77 balls, 9 fours, 2 sixes. You should probably also thank the Ugandan fielders for that misslip, allowing him to steal that last run to get those 3-digit figures. Namibia moving on to 179 for 2.
So it's not unusual territory for Stefan Bart. He has 3 List A centuries to his name and a high score of 72 in ODIs. This isn't classified as an ODI, so will accrue to his List A credentials. His 4th century in this format of the game.
And definitely not the last. Oh, good run in between. Good run in between the wickets.
Speaking of last, there was an interesting chat I was having with an unnamed administrator earlier, who seemed to indicate that we were chatting about the pressure that young players into a squad create on some of the more established batsmen and more established bowlers. And he sort of seemed to intimate that JP Kotze hadn't had a great series and that he hadn't had a great run of form, and that this was perhaps his, perhaps, and I say that with a big word, perhaps his last chance to impress selectors batting at 3. You have to be able to come in and either early or late in the innings and make an impact. As it is, Kotze made 6 before he was caught and bowled. And interesting to see how a couple of debutants in this series have all grabbed their chances and what sort of impact that'll make on team makeup.
That's right, lots of work for JP Kotze. Probably a bit disappointed in himself with the series. Not to mention his performance also in the T20 internationals against Uganda. Coming at number 3, the pressure definitely is on. We have seen JP looking to swing that bat, playing those big risky shots. Just a single. Saad Aslam there in the deep long on.
Of course, it's not just a matter of team selection in general. It's a small matter of the World Cup, which is Namibia's driving goal at the moment, to perform well in that tournament and to make sure they get their team balance and selections right as they travel and take on the world's best.
Yeah, 4 runs. Coming off the, seems like the 4 runs from Stephen Barton. Stephen Barr just showing little signs of tiredness. He has been there out since Namibia started off this innings. He did open the innings with Tivan Lecoq. Good partnership between those two. Tivan Lecoq scoring a brilliant half century before being stumped out. Dinesh Dubard. Namibia are very, very happy that they got a man out there, absolutely set in, sitting with a century. Good quick fire support from his skipper. Oh, wonderfully fielded by the bowler himself. End of the 29th over. Namibia sitting at 186 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Maybe still trundling along at that very respectable 6.5 and over in the early phase, 29 overs gone. And if we consider in yesterday's game, 150 scored off the last 10, that Namibia, with the big hitters to come, and Van Lingen and Smith, the guys who fired yesterday towards the tail end of that innings with some big hitting, that Namibia still well placed. Welcome back to Trevor. Trevor, we were just having a little chat about JP Kotze's not particularly impressive run of form at the moment. And does this sort of series against a smaller side where you don't trigger it, does that trigger stuff and chats in the team?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. That JP obviously has played a big role, and I think maybe he's being too conservative in his approach. Obviously, not getting runs does put pressure on one, but we all know what JP can do. And yeah, he's got to work through it. I know he works hard on his game, and everyone goes through a bad run at some stage. So yeah, we'll see what Pierre de Bruin and his coaching staff do about it.
He's of course wearing the gloves at the moment. And is there another glove man in the squad?
Zane Green is there. Zane has had a foot injury. I think he had an operation on his foot and he should be back shortly. That might also take a little bit of the pressure off JP if he has another wicket keeper playing and he can just play as a batsman. because it's hard work keeping and batting. And it's already the last day of a long series already. They've been going since Saturday. They've been playing basically every second day, and these are back-to-back yesterday and today. So maybe if he just plays as a batsman, it'll take some of that pressure off him.
Of course, we're just referring that a lot of this discussion starts coming into mind now with the World Cup looming in a couple of months' time, and any tournament requires a balance of experience and form. He certainly brings lots of experience. 48 T20 internationals with a high score of 101. That is the kind of guy you want in the dressing room to keep the young men calm in these big situations, but you have to earn your place in the squad.
That's right, yeah. Obviously, there's still a long way to go until the T20 World Cup. And also we must remember that there hasn't been too much international cricket for the last year. At least the last year they haven't played anything. So, it takes a bit of getting used to it again, getting back into the game, and some guys take a little bit longer than others. But class is permanent, and I'm sure JP will get through it. But I think, if we just get back to this game today, it's looking very ominous for Uganda. If we double the score at 30 overs, which they tend to do these days, Namibia's already on 195 in the 29th over. So at the end of this over, if we were to double that score, it's already 390. And we know there's some big hitting still to come for Namibia. Another reverse sweep there from
Lovely
Stephen
execution
Bard.
there.
He's been playing that shot really well today. He's picking the right delivery, picking it on length, and he's playing it with great confidence.
He certainly is seeing the ball as big as a pumpkin at the moment.
Yeah, and I know you and Tanuja were talking about him maybe getting a bit tired, but I know Stephen is extremely fit, and he should be able to bat through 50 overs if required. I'm sure he'd love to. Yeah, at the end of the 30th over then, 199 for 2 Namibia. Stephen Bard on 117. Merve Rasmus, the Namibian captain, on 11.
So Uganda at this stage just in damage mitigation mode, trying hard to just bowl a line and length that doesn't give too much width to the man who's in, or to the big hitting skipper either. And we were talking earlier about it hasn't looked like Uganda's responded with a plan to the situation. There doesn't seem to have been much change other than a few fiddling with one or two field positions.
I think it's very difficult in the middle of a tour like they're on now, where it's basically they're here just for a week to make major changes. I think they've got a lot to go back and work on when they get back home. But, if you've been losing the way they have lost a couple of these games, then it's very difficult to make those adjustments. Yeah, I think their playing personnel looks all right. They just need to develop them. Maybe they can change their batting lineup a little bit. I think Patel should maybe go up to number 3, that they give him a bit longer at the crease. He's in at 4 today, but little things like that, and you get their form batsmen in and get them batting.
Coming from quite wide on the crease, angling in at the batsman, just trying to cut down the angle is Nakrani. 26 or 5.5 overs. Any of these bowlers especially impressed you?
Yesterday they impressed me. I think today their lines and lengths have varied a little bit too much. They've given the batsmen too many opportunities. There hasn't been that consistency that's required. And also, the fielders haven't really backed them up. There's another 2 runs taken there, which on another day, fielders running in maybe only have been 1. So I think it's just a little bit more discipline required overall by the Ugandans in the field, bowling and fielding.
perhaps also just worth reminding our viewers, the Ugandans, 3 T20 internationals on the weekend, including a double header, and then back-to-back limited overs games for a team that really is reaching up a little bit in terms of competitiveness against this very slick, increasingly slick Namibian side. Lovely cut that. The guys are starting to look tired, and I've certainly noticed amongst the bowling personnel there doesn't seem to be too much in the way of effort ball.
Yeah, definitely, and we must also remember they've got 2 bowlers out with injury, and that obviously has affected them, and one must take that into account. So it's good experience for those bowlers coming in and having to step up, and I'm sure that they'll learn from this going forward. You know, the other thing is Uganda, as you said, they're reaching up. But Namibia are already in preparation for the T20 World Cup, so they're already sort of aiming a step higher again, and that's what makes it difficult for a side like Uganda. You know, they're trying to get to where Namibia were, and Namibia obviously trying to get up into that full international T20 mode, which is there's a big step.
Yep, but these are still slippery slopes for teams like Namibia against a team like Uganda. Someone comes in and turns in a good cameo or hits a quick 150 and puts the game in doubt. And we saw South Africa slip up against minnows before as well in preparation for tournaments where perhaps you're not taking it quite as seriously. I would venture that the Namibian management team very happy with the way the team's dealt with this particular tour.
I think so, yeah. You're always going to get a bowler that does well and takes a couple of wickets against you and puts you under pressure. And it's how you respond to that. And I think that's important that against a side like Uganda, you have to respond in those situations. And the guys have to stand up and be counted. And that the Namibians have definitely done until now. They've taken responsibility. You know, they haven't sort of used an excuse, oh, well, we now lost 4 quick wickets, so it's just one of those days. The next batsmen have taken responsibility and have righted the ship. And I think that's a sort of mindset that you need. And Uganda can learn, definitely there they can learn from that. And people have got to start putting their hands up and taking responsibility for what happens out on the field.
Of course, there's also been a few debutants in the series, and in commentary yesterday we were chatting about it, and you'd mentioned that all of the guys given a chance have grabbed that chance as well, which would also be very positive for the management team.
Yeah, I think so. It'll be good to see, some of the warm-up games coming up in the future will maybe be against better opposition, and then we'll see how they develop going into that. Obviously, you know, if they're involved with the preparations and the training full time with the squad, it's also going to make a big difference, because I've attended 1 or 2 of Peter Brain's training sessions, fielding and in the nets, and he really drills his guys. You know, he doesn't accept any mediocre performances, even in training.
Were you watching or were you running with, Trevor?
No. I was watching. I would feign an injury if I had to run with, I think.
Those hammies started feeling a bit tender.
Yeah, no, so they really work hard, and the intensity is up there, and Pierre doesn't accept anything which doesn't have full intensity. And the Namibian side has bought into it. The Namibian squad has bought into it. I know they got down together and they said, right, they are going to buy into what the coaches has told them is his plan, and they're going full out to do it.
Oh, poor fielding. That's by Ugandans. And you can just see in the body language that the team is looking a little dispirited. We'd mentioned they're tired. It has been a whirlwind tour. Also, the peculiarities of a post-pandemic world mean that there's this bubble, which means the players can't engage, they can't travel, they can't be in contact with anyone else except themselves. And I would imagine for many of these young men from Uganda, that would also be a very unusual situation to be so isolated in a foreign place. So, without looking for excuses, the Ugandans are starting to show the kilometres on this particular clock.
No, I think so, and yeah, we just hope that they keep it together today, and that they continue, and that they build on what happened yesterday. I mean, yesterday there were a lot of positives as well. It wasn't all just gloom and doom. You know, Patel showed a lot of character batting. It wasn't easy when he came in, and he went through that difficult period, and eventually got his ton. So yeah, let's see what they do today. I would, as I said earlier, I would move him up in the batting lineup, and who was it that batted with him yesterday? Waiswa, I think, was batting with him. Kenneth Waiswa, he had a decent knock, and Ali Shah can also play. But so maybe they've just got to play a little bit with that batting lineup and give the guys that have done well so far on the tour, batting wise, give them a chance higher up the order.
Remember this game being live streamed on the Cricket Namibia Facebook page, and we're seeing a couple of predictions come in. 385, or big hit there, and that gets them closer to whatever you've predicted. Another 4 is added to the score. 216 now for the loss of just 2 wickets, and it's worth reminding our viewers that we've only had 32 overs, so certainly 400 is within reach.
Yeah, I think so. If these two keep on going as they are, and with keeping in mind that JJ Smith still has to come in. JJ, who batted with a strike rate of about 140, was it yesterday? And Michael van Lingen is still there. They both did great damage at the end of the innings. So, yeah, a big total is definitely on the cards here.
A little bit of greater intent coming from these batsmen now, so starting to up the tempo.
So. And you can see Stephen, actually, was it Stephen? Yeah, he was looking at the to hit it over mid-off there. The mid-off is obviously up in the circle now, so that's a safe shot, lofted over mid-off.
So Ali Shah now hit 2 consecutive 4s. His first 2 overs went for 17. And he was taken off. He was being used to just perhaps break the rhythm a little bit. And his first 2 balls in his second session have been dispatched to the boundary.
Oh, that one just coming back in a bit, but looks like it was possibly going down leg and a little bit high. Umpire not interested in anything further there. Yeah, definitely, I think going down leg. It hit him maybe on leg stump, but going down.
Wouldn't be a bad tactic at this stage of the game for Ali Shah. That's barreling it back into the right-hander. Quick
That's
running
well
again.
run there.
Let's perhaps just touch on facilities for a second. We're at the Wanderers cricket ground. One of the challenges that Namibian cricket faces is not having established international facilities, and perhaps also not a recognised home ground. Have you been impressed with the turnout of the Wanderers and how the club's performed to cricket at this level?
Yeah, I think this ground is obviously it's a lovely ground to sit at and watch cricket. It's taken many years to develop. I know that the first cricket match was played here, I think it was 1975, on a new pitch and a new field. At that stage there was just a little 2 change rooms and a little kiosk, which is off to our right next to where the squash courts are. And yeah, the rest wasn't really, there was no netball courts, and there was no indoor hall. The trees were a lot smaller. So yeah, a lot has gone into this ground over the years, and I think it's a nice, aesthetically pleasing on the eye, sitting here watching cricket. I think it's one of the nicer grounds to play at and to watch cricket at, and also the outfield is although it's a bit thick now after the rain and everything, it's playing quite well. It's quite smooth and even. The one problem I think that most clubs sit with when it comes to cricket grounds is that all fields are used for multi-sport, rugby and hockey and soccer and those sorts of things. So I know the rugby players like a little bit more grass and a little bit softer field, and that goes against what you want in cricket. So it's finding that sort of happy medium in between, where everyone is happy, and we're also sort of getting into the rugby season. So some of this soft outfields would also be due to the rugby players already training and playing matches.
Of course. It's a lovely ground, ringed by trees in the suburbs of Windhoek. Of course, there's been above average rain this year, which has created a lovely picture for our TV cameras. 222 for 2 on Namibia after 33.2 overs. And Uganda continuing with Senyondo, 0 for 42 of 6.2 at the moment.
You know, another thing we must remember, which hasn't, I think, been mentioned until now, is that Namibia train here at this ground. They do all their fielding training here, and their national nets and training facilities also here. So they're very used to, I think they're very at home here, which also obviously is a positive for them and works a bit against Uganda. It's the sort of place that you can get used to very quickly.
And in terms of the long-term planning of Namibian cricket, is it a priority to perhaps develop an international facility, or just to continue to support the facilities that exist?
Look, obviously, I think the facilities that exist will always be supported. You need new fields and new developments to grow the game. Obviously, as numbers grow, you need more fields to play on. So definitely, I think a development of other fields is necessary. One of the problems with that is obviously getting ground to do that, getting municipal approval, and then to start developing. So, yeah, I think in medium to long term, Namibian cricket Namibia are looking at one or two new venues, and it would also take a few years before you could develop anything into a fully international sort of stadium. So, yeah, I think Wanderers will be the home of Namibian cricket for a few years. We talk the playing home of Namibian cricket for a few more years, definitely.
Well, I'm sure the management team here at the club would be very happy to hear that.
And we mustn't forget the United ground is also in one of the other suburbs, also a lovely pitch to bat on. The outfield also has its challenges, similar to this, also with rugby being a big sport at the United club. So the outfield a little bit slower than what we cricketers would enjoy. But a lovely pitch to bat on, very true, and you normally see big scores being made there.
Also important to in developing the game of cricket, to be able to take it out to other parts of the country, and other venues around the country where Namibian cricket is comfortable to play international level games.
Down at the coast, definitely there is a field in Walvis Bay at Sparta, which is also a lovely facility. Also, the coast has their challenges with slower outfields, but that is one. And then one which we don't really use, but one that we can look at down at Oranje. There's also a field which is big enough and was always well maintained. I haven't been there for a couple of years, so I don't know what the standard of the wicket is now. But it was always a very, very nice field to play, and also a nice setting, big field, the big trees around it. Oranje, the diamond town of Namibia. So obviously the mine always maintained that one. So yeah, it's possible that we may see some games being played down there in the future. Luderitz, I know, is looking at doing something. They've at this stage got sort of a pan that they play on. So there's not too much diving that takes place.
No one wants to be in the slips.
Yeah, Achivarongo has a Paresis Park, I think it is, where they've got a few fields next to each other. A decent wicket needs to still be developed there, so that is on the go. And Tsumeb in the north of Achivarongo. So there are fields that are being used for international games. Probably not at this stage, but I'm sure that there will be one or two as they continue to develop that will be improved and can be used later. I know a place like Zimbabwe, they have the two fields, one in Harare at Harare Sport Club, and then in Bulawayo at Queen's Ground in Bulawayo, which are both used for Test cricket and for the ODIs and things. So yeah, I think if you've got two decent grounds, then you're doing all right, and you can sort of switch between them. We could potentially have 3 grounds that we can use, and that would be nice.
Chatting to Trevor Britton. Right, so the end of the 35th over, Namibia 230 for 2. Very well set. Stefan Bart 138 for 101 deliveries, and with him is Gerard Erasmus, the skipper, on 21 of 27. And it's now anyone's guess as to how high the score can go. If these two men are able to stick it out, this could turn into a very big score indeed for Namibia.
And that's Gary, who's going to take a break now. Thanks a lot, Gary. Good stint there. And while the players are taking drinks, it's an opportunity for Uganda to sort of get together and make a few plans. Amor, what are your thoughts on the game until now?
Well, the Namibian captain will be happy. It's good to see his top order batsman getting some runs here. Stefan standing at 138 runs, close to his 150. So you can only play the opponent that's here to play. So they're doing a good job so far. Uganda bowled much better yesterday in the earlier overs than they are bowling currently. And if Erasmus plays himself in here, we're looking at a score of close to 360, 370 here.
Yeah, I think maybe even a little bit higher than that, but definitely Namibia would be unhappy if they get anything below 360 from where they are now. And I think they would be aiming for something quite a lot higher than that. You know, Stephen Bard also on 138 with 15 overs to go. Anything's possible. There's a few milestones ahead that I'm sure he would be happy to reach. But we don't want to put commentators' curses on him, so let's not go there. But he's done well. He's batted technically well, and he's hit the bad deliveries. Anything that he felt he could hit, he's hit it properly. He's hit it solidly. He's been playing the reverse sweep as if it were a normal sweep. He's really been hitting the ball sweetly, playing the reverse sweep. He's been using that space in the field, and I think his innings today showed great maturity and showed the experience that he has.
Well, definitely. From the Ugandan side, Danish did quite well. Roger also did quite well for them. Some spin bowling there. Puts a bit of pressure on the Namibian side. Also got 2 wickets there. But with the amount of wickets that the Eagles have left, it's going to be tough goings from here.
Well, that's the thing. It looks like the wicket has actually settled from yesterday. Yesterday it was maybe a little bit underprepared and a bit slower and a bit more movement, sideways movement. But today, playing definitely a lot better. The ball is coming through nicely at a nice even height. And it's great for stroke play. And yeah, maybe we can see Uganda also playing some decent strokes and making a game of it and really going for it today. I think they need to just, there's no pressure on them now. Then they've got to start playing as if there's no pressure on them and really take the opportunity to showcase what they can do. Senyondo back into the attack there, and bowling from the northern end. Merve Rasmus, full swing of the bat and over the long on boundary.
Well, you can clearly see what they discussed in the break.
Yeah, I think we may find Namibia, because of the wickets in hand, playing a lot more freely now, these last 15 overs. Yesterday at this same stage, they obviously still had to repair a little bit of damage. So they were playing a lot more conservatively, and I think now, yeah, we could see them playing freely, and we saw that with Erasmus's last shot, having a full swing, first ball after drinks, looking for the ball. Has it gone out the ground? Ramblers Club is next door there. See there, the ball is coming back. Fielder coming back with the ball. Obviously with the COVID protocols in place, only the fielders, the players are allowed to touch the ball. So if it gets hit out there, nobody else is going to go and fetch it. The player has to go and pick it up himself. And if somebody else does happen to touch it, it is first sanitized before being put back into play. 2 balls being used in these 50 over games, 1 from each end, so each ball only lasting for 25 overs, or being used for 25 overs.
Well, the challenge is if Erasmus steps on it here, then the Ugandans have a big challenge from both ends, or from both batsmen here. 27 runs from 29 balls so far for Erasmus.
Yeah, Erasmus has had a chance now to get in, get used to the wicket and get used to the bowling, and is now his chance to impose himself on the game. But he's also, the thing that he brings is a lot of quick singles, as we saw there. He doesn't just power hit. He is very quick between wickets, so he brings that element also into the game. And it's very difficult controlling him and holding him on a leash when he's in that mood.
Sweep shot there for a boundary. It must be a nightmare for the bowlers here.
That is the thing, that that reverse sweep just brings another element into the game, and what would normally be a good line and length and a good delivery is all of a sudden a run scoring opportunity. And to make a plan against that is very difficult, because then you obviously opening up other shots in other areas of the field to the batsman.
Well, all you can do is just keep on bowling. It's also a risky shot to take. You can get your wickets. And then they'll rotate the strike.
That's right. There we saw that quick running again from Erasmus. Very quick. And he's actually not a small guy, so he actually runs well for his size. And yeah, with that, end of the over, 242 for 2 after 36 overs. Bard on 142, Erasmus on 28. I'm going to hand you over to Tanush. Tanush, enjoy it.
Thanks, Trevor. And what is not to enjoy about this game? Namibia sitting at 242 runs for the loss of 2 wickets after 36 overs. Stefan Bard playing his 143 runs out of 104 balls. 15 fours, 3 sixes. Good support from the skipper, Erasmus. 28 runs from 31 balls, 1 4, 2 sixes. Brilliant. Up in the air, chasers on. Slow outfield.
Well, this is not a good time to be bowling. The batsmen are quite confident, taking out all kinds of shots here. Was that a hook shot?
Yeah, seems like he chipped it in the air.
Putting the bowler immediately under pressure. And the wicket falls here.
Oh, it seems to be the end of Stephen Bard got out at 145 runs. Trevor picks up a wicket. Well played. Definitely well played. Setting the foundation for Namibia. 145 runs from 104 balls. Big round of applause for Stephen Bard. 145 runs, just 5 short from his 150, 104 balls, striking at just below 140. 15 fours, 3 sixes. And Trevor Buchanan picks up a wicket, a crucial wicket. This could be the breakthrough that Uganda were looking for. Namibia now 244 for 3 in the 36th over.
Definitely a crucial wicket. They needed that. The run rate was going up. It's now at 6.74. Good slower ball from Trevor there. This is a good opportunity for the Ugandans to try and get another 2 or 3 wickets here.
New batsman Michael van Lingen joins in on strike. Straight away gets off the mark with the 1 run. Oh, I was looking for 2, denied by the skipper. Michael van Lingen had a brilliant game yesterday, scoring 56 runs not out in 45 balls, 2 fours, 5 sixes. He did get off to a slow start. He eventually picked up on a strike rate, propelling Namibia beyond the 300 mark.
I see the viewers are having a lot of fun on the Facebook. A lot of Ugandan fans happy a wicket has fallen here.
So I guess we can ask another question to our Ugandan fans who are watching this game in Uganda. Now that the wicket of Stephen Bard has fallen, what do you expect Namibia's total could be? They're currently sitting at 246 runs in the 36th over. Still lots of batting to come. 7 wickets in hand. We've got Michael van Lingen out there. JJ Smith still to come. So what do you think Namibia's total could be?
Good bowling there from Trevor Buchanan. End of the over. Got a wicket in that over, very important wicket for the Ugandans. Now it's time for the Namibians to rebuild for the next 3-4 overs. and try to make sure that they put up a big score here.
Oh, this will definitely take some rebuilding. Gerard Rasmus still out there. 29 runs. And Michael van Lingen still has to settle in. Namibia, very good position here. 247 for 3. They can probably go way beyond 350 if they step on it. Oh, that was in the air. Just dropped. Henry could not get his hands on it. Oh, that would be another blow for Namibia.
Well, they got to take some of these chances here. It could have been 6 in the wicket column now. 3 drop chances here so far.
Head down to long off, just for the 1 run.
Once again, Namibians just rotating the strike here. Just looking for singles. Well, about more than 12 overs to go. There's still enough time for them to put a big score here. Well, Ugandans have a lot to say about that too. Their bowlers need to step up now.
.250 comes up for Namibia for the loss of 3 wickets in the 38th over. Michael van Lingen still in there, 3 runs. Gerard Rasmus, 31 runs from 34 balls. 1 for 2 massive sixes, striking just above 90. We know Michael also has some batting power in him, but usually takes his time, settles in, plays for like 2 or 3 overs, almost up to 5, and then he starts getting those boundaries. Should be 2 runs. That's good running between Michael and Gerard. And that's the difference between this Namibian side and the Ugandan side. We have seen from the moment the ball leaves the bat, the Namibians are committed for that 1 or 2 runs. Whereas we saw Uganda, they would take a comfortable 1 run, not realizing that that extra run could be so crucial for them in the run chase.
Yeah, definitely, but also in the beginning of their innings, the Ugandans ran quite well. It's only later when they lost a lot of wickets. Maybe they were scared of the runouts, and they were just taking singles. But they started off running very well in the beginning of the innings, yesterday's game. Well, one of Shahiq is saying that on Facebook, watching the game, he's saying that Namibia will put on a score of 380 plus.
White ball by Trevor. Yeah, 380 could be a possible score. At this stage, Namibia will definitely end up in the 300s. If they push hard like they did yesterday, yeah, possible 400. Good bowling by Trevor. That was it. Very, very hard. To deep point, coming back for 1 run.
Only 3 boundaries from Erasmus so far in his innings here, but still a good strike rate of 91.17. I guess being helped by the 2 sixes he scored there, but mostly dealing in singles.
Namibia have managed to keep their run rate since the beginning of this innings above 6. And it's thanks to that run rate is what is propelling this team towards the 300 mark. Currently 254 for loss of 3. Trevor with his last delivery of his over. Just a 1 run puts the skipper back on strike. And seems to be Henry Zenyondo to continue from the other end. He has bowled 9 overs. Given away 60 runs, got him of 6.66.
.255 for 3 wickets. $11 more overs to go.
Henry Zenyondo to bowl his last over of his spell. Can he make the breakthrough that Uganda's looking for?
Gerard Erasmus waits for that ball. He placed it late for a single there. The Ugandans need a wicket here quickly. They need to get some wickets here fast.
Oh, tight bowling by Henry. Good support from his teammates around the field. This is the kind of bowling that Uganda are looking for. Good line, flicked away to square leg for 1 run.
Well, according to those watching on Facebook, maybe I will put 350, basically between 330 and 380. So people are looking at the current run rate, or predictions rather, score predictions.
Well, at the rate that these 2 batsmen are going, the skipper on 33, Michael van Lingen at 6, taking his time to settle in with still 7 wickets in hand. We have to remember that we still have J.J. Smith still to bat. Oh, a bit of a nick over there. Was a bit of a noise. Empire says no. Could be just off the pad. But the spinners seems to be going in the favor of the Ugandan team. I mean, ever since the spinners have come on, they have been restricting Namibia to a lower run rate. I mean, the last 5 overs we've seen 30 runs conceded with 1 wicket, run rate at 6.
Well, Namibian batsmen have been enjoying pace here, scoring quite well from pace, and of course the wicket playing very well for the batsmen today. So the spin has helped a lot. I don't know why we don't see spin from both ends. But back into the attack is Danish. He has done well for his side so far.
Henry Sunda finishes fell 10 over 63 runs, economy of 6.3. Here's Dinesh. Oh, that ball took quite a turn. Was it nicked?
Just missing the stumps there. What they're doing very well is they run the first single very hard and hoping that the fielder will make a mistake. And once that happens, a misfield or anything, they can come back for the second run.
We saw Namibia doing lots of that in the previous game yesterday. They'll push hard for the first one. Pitching offside and punched away to deep point. Coming back for one run. And down the ground. Just the one run. Seeing a bit of more aggression from these Namibian batsmen.
But a very good tight over from Danish so far. He's not giving away anything. The bowlers have to work with a pace here and try to place the ball. As we said, a bit of a slower outfield as well. A wide one there. He's not very happy with the umpire's call. Well, in the past 3 overs, no boundaries for the Namibians. The Ugandans will be quite happy with what they've been doing. In the past 3 overs, less than 15 runs scored. Another dot ball there from Danish to finish his over. Just 3 runs from that over. So the Uganda is making some comeback here, one should say.
Just 9 more overs to go in this Namibian innings. Namibia sitting at 263 for 3 in a very comfortable position. Run rate just above 6.4. Skippers out there on the non-strikers end, sitting at 36 runs from 42 balls. 1 4, 2 6s. Michael van Lingen on strike, coasting along quite smoothly with 9 runs off 17 balls. Trevor Buchanan back into the attack. Bowling from the northern end. That was actually a good call to bring in Michael van Lingen. The combination of the left-hand, right-hand batting combination keeps the fielding guessing.
Definitely also puts the bowler under pressure.
Smacked away to deep point for 1 run. Yeah, with the rotation of strike, players running back and forth, and so does the umpire. So does the square umpire. Getting a bit of exercise. Michael van Lingen on strike. Oh, looking to go big. Swinging just a bit early. Pace of the ball just beating him safe into the keeper's hands.
Well,
resulting in a dot ball.
A couple of overs have been creating some pressure on the Namibians. No boundary now in almost 4 overs. 4 overs and 2 balls. So they'll be searching for boundaries, which also opens an opportunity for a wicket for the Ugandans here.
Punch down the ground for 1 run. Bring the skipper, Gerard Rasmus, back on strike. Trevor still has a couple of deliveries to go. Namibia sitting comfortably at 266.
Bit of pressure here on the Namibians. As you can see, they are constantly trying to look for twos. But the Ugandan fielding has been a bit better now. Doing much, much better. And the singles somewhat frustrating the Namibian batsmen.
A bit of a foolish delivery, punch down to long off, also resulting in 1 run. Oh, in the air. Smacked away for 4 runs. That's the welcome boundary you're looking for.
Well, a good boundary for Namibians. Easing some pressure off there. End of the 42nd over here. Changing some gloves. The wind seems to be picking up a little bit here in the at the Wanderers Stadium. Second game of the Lite Series. Namibia won the first game. And Uganda here fighting in the field to try and keep them below 300.
Dinesh Nakrani to continue his bowling from the southern end. A good single between the two batsmen puts Michael van Lingen back on strike. Currently sitting on 15 runs from 21 balls. Just hit a boundary in the previous over. Namibia moving closer to the 300 mark. 271. This definitely has been a tremendous improvement from the Ugandan bowling side. more discipline that came towards, or actually in the previous 10 overs, restricting Namibia. We were looking at a big score of 350, 360. Now with just 8 overs to go, that total seems to be fading away. And Namibia might just have to settle for the 320, 330 mark. Namibia still has 3 wickets in hand. They still have JJ Smith still to bat. Jan Nicole, Lofty Eaton still to come and bat as well.
Well, Namibia, one of these batsmen need to take a risk here. They just need to decide who must take a risk. If they can score 8 runs over from here for the next 3-4 overs.
Dinesh Nakrani picking up a wicket. Reverse sweep attempted over there by the skipper, Erasmus. Totally misjudging it. Getting on his off stump. Empire had no choice but to give it out. Namibia losing their 4th. 273 for 4 in 42 overs. Dinesh Nakrani picking up 1 wicket.
Well, good stuff there. Like we said, the reverse sweep, it's a very good shot, but high risk shot as well.
And in walks JJ Smith. And he joins Michael Van Lingen. Together, the two of them totally destroyed Uganda in the last 10 overs in yesterday's game. Piling up close to 85 runs in the last 10 overs. Lots of sixes we saw. Propelling Namibia to 301 runs. And I guess our big question today will be, can these two deliver the same result today?
Well, it's a scary situation now here for the Ugandans. You know, that's the question you also ask yourself. As much as you want a wicket, do you also want JJ Smith coming in? So maybe you try not to get a wicket at all to avoid him from coming in, because if he comes in, he's a big hitter. And with 8 overs to go, I don't think he's going to sit around here and wait. He's going to go for it here and try to put a big score for his team.
JJ Smith hitting 81 runs of 56 balls yesterday.
And almost a chance there. Danish definitely making the ball talk here. He's doing quite well.
Oh, seems like a drop catch. Another drop catch. Not exactly what Uganda wants right now. He seems to have injured himself. Players rushing up to him, making sure he's okay. Probably strained one of his muscles in his legs as he was attempting to get that catch. Another lifeline for Namibia.
Well, if you don't want the coaching staff to be on your case, maybe you can fake an injury a little bit there.
It seems like when he was attempting to catch that ball, he seems to have fallen on his leg. Let's look at the replay once again. Ball was definitely up in the air. Oh, it bounced just short. And you can see him coming down on his left leg.
From what they were doing with him, the teammates there, it looks like a cramp more than anything else. Good bowling here by Danish. It's not licking any boundaries. And it's the end of the over. 273 runs for 4 wickets. Well, Van Lincoln so far only scored 1 boundary here. 16 runs from 23 balls. Strike rate of 69.56. And the current run rate for the Namibians right now stands at 6.337. So good bowling here in the past 5-6 overs by the Ugandans. Not giving away a lot of boundaries.
Trevor Buchanan back in attack from the northern end. JJ Smith on strike. Trevor with his 8th over, taking 1 wicket. Good economy, 6.7. Flick down to mid-wicket for 1 run. Good rotation of strike. Michael van Lingen now on the striker's end. He seems to be settling in quite well. 60 runs off 23 balls. 1 boundary to his name. It seems like he will be looking to play those big shots. Less than 7 overs to go. Namibia currently at 275. There we go, Michael van Lingen swinging the bat, looking to go big.
A very good Yorker there. Got it totally into the slot. Good bowling. He could do nothing with that ball at all. Well, what the Namibian side did yesterday in the last 10 overs, it's going to be a bit difficult to repeat that here today. The amount of runs they scored there.
Oh, look at him go. Smacked it. He was looking to play that shot earlier. This is vintage Michael van Lingen. 6 runs, bringing Namibia scores into the 280s.
Well, I guess I spoke a bit too early. That was in the slot and taken for a 6 there. Now the memories of tomorrow or yesterday are coming.
Yeah, be called a wide. This is pretty much what we're seeing in the last turnovers in yesterday's game. Just when we thought Uganda was coming back with their bowling, keeping it tight, bringing down that run rate, they did tremendously well in the last 5 overs. They cannot afford to slack off right now. And he goes again. Same result, 6 runs. This time in deep square leg. A fielder had no choice but just to watch that ball sail right over his head. This is turning out to be quite a good over for Namibia. Trevor Buchanan definitely not happy with that. 14 runs off this over already. And still 2 more deliveries to go. Now this definitely seems to be like a repeat performance, what we saw yesterday.
Well, definitely. Only 6 more overs to go after this one. And they have a lot of wickets still remaining. A lot of batting to come. So why not go for it now?
Smacks it down the ground to long on, comes back for 1 run, putting JJ Smith on strike.
Good ball there to finish the over. One thing I've seen about the Ugandan bowlers, you don't see a lot of short balls. They don't bowl a lot of short balls.
I think they know it. Bowling a short ball to J.J. Smith or even Michael van Lingen will be dispatched for a boundary. That'll be a welcome treat. End of the 44th over. Namibia 289 for 4.
Do you think we're going to see Cosmos soon? To come bowl at the death. Yesterday he got taken for some runs. Six overs to go here. And just as I asked, Cosmos is back into the attack. He needs to watch his lines here. Start with a dot ball. Still bowling at very good pace here. Running in hard. A tall boy. He's just 19 years of age. He should be in school. Good shot there just for a single. Bowling to his field there. And Michael will feel there that he missed out a bit. J.J. Smith on strike. Only faced 4 balls so far. Just 2 singles. Swing and a miss there. Great bowling from Cosmos. The Ugandans have to get it right here today. Two runs there. So far, just the 3 runs from this over. Another single there. Good bowling from Cosmos here. Much better than he did in the death overs yesterday. Four runs so far.
Lots of pressure on Cosmos right here. I mean, he knows what these two batsmen are capable of. They totally destroyed him yesterday. But he's making a comeback, keeping his line very fine. Good discipline.
And a good wide yorker there to end the over. Great bowling, but they managed to steal a single there from there. Just the 5 runs from that over. And we have 5 overs to go. Well, it's going to take something special right now to get the Namibians over the 160 mark. But never doubt them. They have a way of making things happen. And these two batsmen are more than capable of scoring boundaries.
Namibia still very, very comfortable in this position. Just 6 runs short of their 300 mark. We got the very lethal combination of Michael van Lingen and JJ Smith. We saw what they did yesterday. Completely taking the Ugandan bowlers apart. It seems like Dinesh Nakrani from the other end, from the northern end. Oh, smacked up in the air. Could be a catch. Oh, just fell short before the fielder. Long off had to do a bit of running into mid-off. Just the 1 run.
Well, Dinesh is bowling a lot of slower balls, making it much more difficult for the batsman to hit it to the boundary. Well, another wicket there. I believe the player touched the ball with his feet onto the stumps. Very unlucky here. Not the way you want to get out.
No, that definitely is a bit unfortunate. Seems like it will be Michael van Lingen walking back to the crease.
Well, some luck there for the Ugandans. They get a wicket, but they will take it now. We into our last 5 overs here.
Yeah, Mo, that's probably the most unlucky way to get out on a cricket field. It was not a bad shot from the batsman, deflected onto the stumps, and the guy backing up, Michael van Lingen, unfortunately out of his ground and run out.
Well, with JJ Smith still here, not much to worry about.
And so Nicole Lofty-Eaton that's joined JJ. Nicole, yeah, no, sorry, Jan Freilink. So Jan Freiling and JJ Smith at the wicket for Namibia now. Scored 297 in the 46th over. Jan Freiling on 1, JJ Smith on 6. JJ having a full go at that one, playing and missing. Tanesh Kumar Magan Lal bowling. Left arm around the wicket. There JJ splitting the field. Gets 2 runs, well cut off.
Seems like an odd question, but given the state of the game 15 overs ago, would Namibia feel a little disappointed to be in this position?
Well, let's have a look what happens after the 50 overs. But yeah, I think they probably wouldn't have wanted to be probably at about 320, 330 by now. But yeah, that also we have to take our hats off to Uganda. They bowled well in the last 10 overs or so. Pulled that run rate back.
Absolutely.
So after 46 overs, it's 298. 298 for 5. JJ Smith on 7. Jan Freiling, who's facing now, on 1. Namibia sticking with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Cosmos Kowuta. Again,
Head of steam after I think yesterday's antics, and
yeah, but still bowling a wide there, so he needs to definitely sort himself out. He's lucky that was played by the batsman, otherwise it could have been another wide. Jan Freiling on to 2.
one of the more experienced players in this squad as well, just over 1,100 runs in List A cricket. He's also played in all 8 ODIs with a high score of 60, so an accomplished all-rounder.
Yes, well, 2 very experienced players now at the crease for Namibia. JJ Smith opening his arms. Fielder almost got there, diving. Just missed it, 4 runs. Yeah, JJ obviously not hitting the ball as sweetly as they would like, but still getting the boundary.
It's a terrifying thing for a bowler or for a fielder when you hit it down the ground. He's got to come running in from the boundary to make the catch, and the ball's coming at you at 1,000,000 kilometers an hour. And in the end, I think a little bit of discretion, the better part of valor there.
That's right. Yeah, you don't want to lose.
Happen and lose your jaw.
Don't want to lose your teeth. Cosmos again at the end, second wide of the over. He seems to just lose his action. I wish we had a monitor that we could show you his action and his run-up and explain a little bit about what he's doing. But he seems to have a technical flaw in his run-up. That's better. JJ Smith into the side screen, straight shot.
Yeah, just watching that on the monitor, watching his run. I mean, it's almost when he gets a little bit tired, his arm falls away, and he's almost getting close to looking like he's chucking. But it's certainly not coming from high. It's not that high action that he starts with.
Yeah, but he's actually, what I'm looking at, he's running up. The line that he's running in at is not parallel to the line that he's bowling at. So his arm has actually got to work to the inside. That's why he's bowling so many wides. That previous wide he bowled outside off, he actually bowled it on the line that he's running in on.
Better ball from Cosmos this time. Fuller on the off stump. Well, it's almost we're almost waiting for the fireworks show, and you can almost feel the pressure on the batsman as well to haul out the big shots. There's been a couple of big shots, but given the excitement that came in the last 7 or 8 overs yesterday, it almost feels a little bit anticlimactic given the big setup and the fantastic platform. Still 312 for the loss of only 5 wickets. 313 now. The quickly stolen single.
Taking the quick single to get JJ Smith on strike. Obviously JJ in now. He's on 18. Jan now on 3. Jan Freiling. JJ Smith, he's renowned for his boundary hitting at the end of an innings.
That is a very big shot indeed. It's cleared the side screen altogether. It's out of the ground. And now they're in danger of wrecking the ball.
Yeah, well, the umpires do have other balls that they can use if it gets damaged. But, yeah, JJ now, those last 2 shots of his definitely show that he's now got the pace and the bounce right. And he's swinging through the line. Not pleasant bowling to JJ when he's in this sort of mood. At the end of the 47th over, 47 overs bowled, 319 for 5, Namibia. JJ Smith on 24, Jan Freiling, see the scoreboard has him on 2. Oh, now
50% difference there.
Crick Info has him on 3, so we'll give him the benefit. Jan on 3.
Well, the intent is clear, isn't it? The body language is, if it's going to be anywhere near something I can hit, I'm going to hit it as far as I can. And all the bowlers can now do is make sure that they limit damage.
Yeah, I think so. Also, ball's 22 overs old. Jan Freiling out to mid-wicket. JJ is not going to take 2 there. JJ Smith wants the strike. You can see it the way he ran that run. He was determined he's now going to face the bowling for the rest of the over.
Maybe fairly consistent at about 6.5 now. It's 6.78 once the over, so they've picked it up a little bit, just under 10 over the last 5 overs. And with only 3 overs to go, I would expect a big flourish at the end. Another wide bowled, and needless runs being given away.
Dinesh Kumar Maganlal arguing with the umpire. You'll still learn the umpire is always right, even if he's wrong.
They certainly don't change their mind a lot, I've noticed.
No. And not having third umpires really in play and not being able to call things like wides, it's you've got to trust the umpire to be consistent for both teams. It's not about where he's calling the wides, it's about him being consistent for both teams, and you know exactly what you're playing with and what to expect.
Well, Nakrani's been the most economical of the Ugandan bowlers at 5 to the over.
Jan Freiling playing and missing there. Missed an opportunity.
was going down the leg side, and it looked like a little bit of a slower ball, just come out of the back of the hand, and the pace fooling Freiling.
That one bowled with a leg spin action. They will get 2 runs for it. Yeah, definitely Uganda bowling better now in this final few overs than what they were yesterday.
What Nakrani's done quite well is mix it up a little bit. He's used, he doesn't have huge variation, but he does, what he does have he's used quite effectively, just changing the length especially, and then taking the pace off the ball from time to time. So 2 overs to go, and a couple of big sixes in the last few overs. Just like yesterday, similar weather conditions. Cloud build-up started out quite clear this morning, and probably at about 50% overcast now. Still nice and bright. Just a light, cool breeze. And we saw the wind pick up towards the tail end of the second innings yesterday. I suspect today will be much the same as the clouds start coming into the low-pressure area.
It's Cosmos Kaiwetu. Is that Cosmos? No, it's not. It's Ali Shah into his last over. Two runs, well run.
So Ali Shah's only had 4 overs before this. His spell, no wicket for 35 off the 4. So he's proved quite expensive. Looks like a fairly orthodox bowler. Nothing particularly funny about either action or delivery.
Jan Freiling calling for a new bat. Seems like he cracked his bat on that previous shot. Some batsmen obviously have a favourite bat that they love using. You see, sometimes they will change to a bat of a different weight when it comes to this stage of the innings. They needed a few big shots. I don't know if that is the case with Jan. But obviously he's not happy. Bottom of his bat cracked.
Trevor, you would have seen bats change remarkably over the last 30 years. And these bats now are like almost like batting with a mattress. Some of them are so big. Does that result in weaker wood just because there's more of it?
Look, in the old days, the bats were thinner, but they were rolled and compressed, so the weight of the bat was the same. So you're still batting with a bat the same weight, but these days, yeah, the sweet spot seems to be a lot bigger, and it seems to hit the ball a lot further. So, yeah, I think that's what's changed. The whole sweet spot of the bat has now got bigger, and the edges, some of them are massive.
But that will result sometimes in more cracks and nicks and breaks because the wood's not quite as compressed. That makes sense.
No, definitely. And I know they say that in our climate you need a bat which is a bit harder. So obviously the soft wood will break easier in Namibia than it would maybe in Europe. That is why a lot of players these days are batting with bats made in India, Pakistan. Well, I think that Jan Freiling caught it long off there. Caught it long off.
So not much in the way of celebration from the Ugandans or despondency from the Namibians. It's the result of not only a low-pressure cell over town, but a low-pressure cell in the middle of the wicket where it's 328. The 6th wicket has just gone down with an over and a half to go. The Namibians have perhaps just let these last 10 or 15 overs slide a little bit, but still a formidable total if they were to stop batting right now, and would perhaps be eyeing 340 as a score that they might be satisfied with.
And that looks to me like Ruben Trumpelman coming in to bat. Ruben Trumpelman yesterday, first ball, he hit a massive 6. He won't be facing. The batsman did cross before that was caught. So J.J. Smith will be facing.
Trumpelman, of course, the hero from yesterday, 4 wickets. Picked up in quick order in the first 2 overs of Ugandan innings. Lovely bowling right at the top of that order.
Yeah, he brings that added thing of being able to give you quick runs towards the end of the innings. Very strong fellow. Loves swinging the willow.
Well, that's high. It won't clear the fielder though. And suddenly Ali Shah finds himself with a hat-trick ball.
Yeah, 2 miss hits, 2 caught out in a row. That was a good catch. Made a lot of ground.
And it was a good catch. Under these bright overcast conditions, there's quite a lot of glare up in the sky. Easy to lose the white ball against the puffy clouds, and the fielder did incredibly well to round off the catch. So Namibia 2 quick wickets, and Ali Shah with a hat-trick ball against all
Kenneth
expectation.
Waiswa with that catch made a lot of ground, did very well, kept his eye on the ball the whole way. J.J. Smith obviously would have liked to have gone on, but you can't get big runs every day. Also not at this time of the innings. Again, the batsman of cross as Ruben Trumpelman facing. I wonder if he will hold back for the hat-trick ball and whether he will have a full go. Still 328. The score on the board.
Surely no fast bowler wants to be at the tail end of a hat-trick. And he's done it in the best way possible by hoiking it for 6.
It was a no ball. It's been called no ball and it was hit for 6. And it will be a free hit. I'm not sure what the no ball was for. I saw the square leg umpire signaled no ball. So Ruben Trumpelman again, 2 days in a row, his first ball hit for 6. Not every day that will happen. And that one hits hard, straight down the ground for 4 runs. Long on and long off. Didn't even make an attempt to get to that one. So well hit was it. So yeah, Ruben Trumpelman giving a little bit of impetus now to the over from a Namibian perspective. Now 338 for 7 in the 49th over. Shah to Trumpelman. Has a full swing there, out to mid-wicket.
And he's put himself on strike for the next over, Trumpelman.
That's it, yeah.
You'll see some fireworks in this 50th over, as fast bowlers generally tend to regard themselves as just underrated batsmen. And Trumpelman with a very broad set of shoulders and a real opportunity to use it now. 6 balls to go, and Namibia in wonderful position at 339 for the loss of 7 wickets with an over to go.
Yeah, and obviously 339, looking at the power that's out there, Namibia would like to get 350 plus if they get a good over.
Trimpleman with a strike rate of 366. Always nice to see 3 figures in your strike rate column. 11 off just the 3 balls. So things tend to slow down a little bit at these death overs as bowlers are trying hard not to get pummeled, and batsmen are happy to let themselves a bit of extra time just to focus on each delivery.
Trevor Bukenya bowling. Nicol Lofty-Eaton was coming back for 2. Ruben Trimpleman run out. Throw into the wicket keeper. Trimpleman not expecting that, and he's run out.
That was a good throw.
It was a good throw.
So good the cameraman was looking at the other end. Quits our producer. We did need to see Lofty-Eaton's reaction, though. It was dramatic.
See a quick turn there by Lofty-Eaton. Ruben Trimpleman not even really just coming into the picture there.
Really fantastic throw coming in. Wicketkeeper in position. Beautiful bounce. Just great fielding from the Ugandans.
I suppose, yeah, at this stage of the innings, you try and take 2 and get the guy that's in on strike. Now Bernard Scholz coming to the wicket. Bernard not known as a big hitter, but he can hit the odd long ball. He'll obviously give it everything. Okay, getting Nicol Lofty-Eaton on strike. Nicol Lofty-Eaton can actually play all around the ground, 360 degree player. So it's difficult to bowl to him, but he hasn't faced any deliveries yet, so obviously he'd like to have had a few extra to get his eye in. See what he comes up with here. Switch hit. Amazing stuff.
Well, that'll go down in the highlights reel. That's,
definitely. I was actually wondering if he would try that. That's one of his signature shots, that the switch hit over backward of point, backward of point to him for 6. He does that regularly in the cricket leagues here. Very difficult bowling to him if he's in that mood. That's what I was saying. He's a 360 degree player. He can hit the ball anywhere on the ground. Remembering that was the first delivery that he's faced. And now they're bringing up the long off into normal mid-off position, a little bit wider.
Does start getting difficult to set a field properly.
Had a full go at that one.
He's got to be careful not to dislocate his shoulder there. He's going to need them when he's bowling.
And Nicol won't hold back. Two deliveries, I think, left of the innings.
But Kenya not in any real hurry to deliver them either. Taking a Nice slow stroll to the top of his mark.
And that's another 6.
I'll tell you what he did incredibly well there is he spotted the slow ball and he
That's
waited
right.
for it, and it was a very slow ball, and he
Mm.
waited and waited and then cracked it beautifully straight back over the bowler for 6.
Yeah, no, there you could see the power that he has. Switch hit for 6 and then that one straight down the ground for 6. I see they're now going to use, or it looks like they're looking at using the other ball for the last ball of the over, but the fielder is not back yet. We're going to have to wait for the fielder. Okay, now the ball is coming back, so they've got that ball back.
Probably got a few dents in it now. It's travelled a little bit in the last 10 overs.
Last ball of the over. Hit out to mid-wicket.
Well, that's, as they say, that. And Namibia
That's that, yeah.
have racked up a very, very credible 353 for 8 in their 50 overs. First wicket only fell at 150. And a great opening stand between Stephen Bart and Devan Lecoq of 150 set the platform for the Namibians to put a score of that you would say right at the onset would be out of the reach of the Ugandan lineup, but based on the evidence we've seen to date.
I think so, yes. No, and Namibia, even though it's 353, a mammoth total, there were 350 for the target. Namibia would maybe be a little bit unhappy with where they ended up. Right through until 35, 40 overs, they looked like a very large score in the 300s was on, 380 to 400. But yeah, the Kenyans probably bowled a lot better in the last 5 overs than what they did yesterday. Didn't give that many chances. And Namibia, but still, as you said, I think Namibia will be very confident that they can win this game and make it 2-0 in the series and make it a whitewash across the T20s and the 50 over.
Well, the batsmen will feel their job has been done. The contributions all down the order. Only really JP Courtser that wasn't able to contribute. Stephen Bard, 145. Devan Lecoq, 64 off 68. Courtser 6. Gerard Erasmus, the skipper, chipped in with a nifty little 39 of 46 deliveries. Michael van Linden, 32 of 31. JJ Smith, 26 of 17. He had a couple of cracking sixes in there. Jan Freiling got out quite early. Ruben Trumpelheim, 1-6-1-4 in his 4 deliveries for 11. And then Nicole Lofty-Eaton, 2 massive sixes in his 12, with Bernard Scorts just facing a single delivery at the end. So if we have a quick look at these...
Okay, and we're going to go down to Tanush. He's going to be having a chat to, looks like Devan Lecoq. Tanush, over to you.
Whoa, this thing is strong.
It's too high. The mic is too high. It's okay, it's fine.
All right, and that was it. What a wonderful innings by Namibia, posting a mammoth total of 354 runs. Big challenge for Uganda. With me, I got Roger Mukasa, one of the Ugandan bowlers. 2 wickets today for 60 runs of his 9 overs. Mukasa, did you have fun out there today?
Yeah, it was not easy wicket to bowl on. It's a wicket of looking for the lanes and dropping bowling into the stumps. It's not a wicket of giving room to the batsman. So it's a wicket of bowling into the stumps.
And in terms of like the spin bowlers, you think they had a better advantage over the pace bowlers?
Yeah, it's gonna be. I think now it's a flat wicket now, so I don't think it's going to be turning in the afternoon. So we're going to take our chances when we're batting.
All right, and do you think the target of 355 runs, I mean, I know it's a bit of a ask, how do you think you guys will play along with that?
350, it's okay, chaseable on this wicket because we have to look after the wicket column. So then we'll give ourselves chance, then try and give our big hitters a chance to the end. So it's chaseable wicket runs on this wicket. The wicket is too flat.
All right, Roger, one last question for all your fans that are watching back home in Uganda. Do you have any message for them?
Yeah, they keep supporting us and still fighting for their country. So they keep their heads up to keep supporting the team. So that's the message I'm sending home.
Roger, thank you so much and enjoy the game. Thanks,
you.
mate. All right, that was Roger Mukasa from Uganda. Up next, we have the man, Divan Lecoq, with his brilliant knock of 64, 6 fours, 2 sixes. Divan, how do you feel today?
Yes, it was fun out there. Obviously, batting with a guy like Stephen Bard, who's experienced and just back you the whole time and give advice the whole time. So it was really fun out there today.
And was it like an easy surface to bat on, especially with your boundaries that were coming in?
I won't say it was an easy surface to bat on. Obviously, Uganda bowled really well in the beginning. But yes, as I said, batting with a guy like Stephen, you're really calm when you bat with him. And it was really, I won't say easy, but the boundary just came our way today.
Well, Divan, I'm sure the skipper's very happy with the performance, but is this the type of score you were looking to aim at, the 350 mark?
Yes, definitely. I definitely think it's a good score, and I back the guys. I back the team out there now.
Awesome, Divan, well batted, thank you so much. That was Divan Lecoq, opening batsman for Namibia. Namibia posting a massive total of 354 runs, and it's back to the commentary box.
Good afternoon, you are back with us in studio. It is a great day of cricket. Good day, you are back with us in studio. It's a great day of cricket. The sun is shining and we've seen some wonderful ball striking out there. With me in studio we've got Yuzani Klaassen, the sales manager from AB InBev. Yuzani, you guys have been partnering with Cricket Namibia for the past couple of years, actually for the last year and a half to be exact. How has that partnership worked out for you in this last year?
Firstly, thanks for having me, Johan. The basis of the sponsorship with Cricket Namibia is it was to merge two growing brands in Namibia. It was to create synergies between us as organizations in terms of our strategic directions. We really also wanted to support the Namibian team in their amazing journey that they've walked so far. And so far, I can honestly say that it's been a lasting relationship between us and Cricket Namibia. It's been one that we have very carefully fostered between the two organizations, and we are very delighted with where it's headed and with the direction in which we are all going.
Sports sponsorships in Namibia is quite a new development. The sponsors didn't in the past really see a sporting brand as something to associate with to expand their brand. It was more of a donation to assist. That perspective has changed in the last year. Can you feel that there's certain value that has come back to you as an entity since this partnership?
You know, sports as a vehicle to expand brands, we believe at AB InBev Namibia, is something that is growing, especially when you partner with a team that has the same dream and the same culture as you do. I do believe that there is more room for partnerships between corporates and sport teams in our country. But so far, the one that we've entered into has been working out for us, and we look forward to its growing success.
That's good to hear from our side as well, to be honest. Yuzani, let's speak about your brand. We've seen Castle Lite branding especially pop up everywhere. When I visit a restaurant or a bar, you would see it's designed and make up with your logos, and your design specs is quite eminent with the snowflake and the blue and white. What's new for Castle Lite? What is your campaign for the next year? What's in your artillery?
You know, I think the vision for Castle Lite in Namibia is really to solidify our position as a key player in the Namibian beer market, enhancing our position as a superior light lager, and offering Namibian consumers a premium, easy drinking experience. That's really where we are headed with this brand, and that's really where we want to see it going.
You've got the tough job to penetrate the Namibian market, who's a very loyal market, not just in a beer capacity, but everything traditional from Namibia. And you're competing against Windhoek, which is obviously the local brand. Is there stories that you've got on how this journey has been for you to try and get some more market share from a local company that has all the brand loyalty and the commitment from these consumers?
Johan, it has been a very tough journey, and it's still ongoing. Namibians are very patriotic, but what people fail to realize is that we are just as Namibian as our competitors. You know, our beers get brewed here. Many people don't know that. We have a brewery in Okahanya, and that's really also one of the key drivers in our strategies for this year, is to inform consumers and inform the public that yes, it is a tough market. I'll tell you that it's very competitive. But one of our key drivers is to let people know that there are other players that are as local as everybody else.
It's not just local brewing, it's also appointment of local employers.
Exactly. All of our employees are from Namibia, with the exception of 2. We employ about, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 160 people in Namibia. So, yes.
That's definitely stimulating to the economic growth of the country, and I think that's a message that people need to know, is you associate Castle Lite with an external brand, but it's actually local, as you say. And that's also why I think this partnership is such a good fit. The Cricket Namibia brand is a local brand. It is one of the sporting codes that's doing well on field and off field at the moment. And then it's an easy fit for the two brands to work together.
Yes, and I mean, even just from a more personal point of view, it has been an easy fit from the get-go, from the first day that you and I had the conversation to what was really exciting for us at AB InBev was that we were able to take the team a little bit into our world and how much fun we had with them. So it's really been a very effortless collaboration, and we at Castle Lite and AB InBev, we're so grateful for this partnership and really look forward to years to come.
Our players did enjoy that shooting of advertisement campaign of healthy living and safe driving and safe drinking.
Yes.
And it was their first exposure on how to get onto a TV screen. And, and I must say, some of them acted really, really good. But it's those type of journeys that we try to do as a brand together to grow a common goal and to make sure that both entities can educate people around us on not just how to live safe and drink safe, but also have a safe life in the different environments.
Yes, and that's why I mentioned earlier, it is so important for us, is that the principles and the values that you have as an organization are very much in tune with us at AB InBev and our 10 principles as well. And one can see it when interacting with the team, one can see it emanate out of their personalities. It's really instilled in them, and it's really great for us as well to work with people that drive the same message.
That is critical. Just for interest's sake, people associate AB InBev with Castle Lite, but you've got a wide variety of other brands. Do you mind take us through a couple of those? That's your other known brands that's currently available in Namibia?
Yes, sure. So our Namibian portfolio consists of our core brand, which is Eagle Lager, which is actually made with Namibian Mahangu. And then we've got Carling Black Label, which is our biggest AB InBev brand in Namibia. We've got Castle Lite. Then we have our flavored beers as well, Flying Fish, and we just brought in Brutal Fruit. Then we've got our high-end brands, which are our international brands, Budweiser, Corona, and Stella Artois.
Are all of those available in Namibia?
All of them are available in
Wonderful.
Namibia.
I did it. I definitely. You speaking about your black label being the most highly volume sales driven product. We definitely saw that when we were on the roadshow to the north. Is that's what literally everyone almost drank is the black label. So it's
Yeah.
definitely popular up north.
Yes, it is. And thank you so much for saying that. It makes us feel that our jobs are not going to waste.
Oh, wonderful. Yuzani, it was great having you in studio. It's a wonderful partnership, and I want to thank you from Cricket Namibia's perspective for buying into our vision and our journey all the way to the World Cup, and also for bringing people this Lite Series, because it's because of your involvement that we can bring them live cricket on TV and also here at the Wanderers Field. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much for having me, Johan, and congratulations and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Crossing back to our commentators.
Well, great stuff there. It's the Lite Series. Namibia doing quite well in the first innings here, scoring 354 runs for 9 wickets. And we are on the break here. Well, top scoring here for today, Stefan scored 145 runs from just 105 balls, scoring 3 sixes and over 15 fours there, at a strike rate of 139. So great stuff for him. Him and his opening partner, Lecoq, also scored 64 runs from just 68 balls, scoring 6 fours and 2 sixes there. Strike rate of 94.1. Well, the middle order, some of them got in. The captain, Gerard Erasmus, got in a bit, including Michael van Lincoln also got in. But they didn't manage to stay in long to score big for the team. J.J. Smith also scored good 26 runs from just 17 balls, scoring 2 sixes and 1 four there. So a big score here by the Namibians, putting up 354 runs for 9 wickets. Well, we're going to see you after the break here as the Ugandans come out to bat.
And good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the afternoon session. The afternoon session, Uganda to come and bat in the Castle Lite Series against Namibia. Namibia winning the first game by 98 runs. Namibia losing the toss winning the toss this morning and electing to bat, scoring 353 for 8. Or for 9, losing the last wicket on the last ball. And Uganda about to start their innings now. Ruben Trumpelman, the bowler, left arm over. He took 5 wickets yesterday. He has a bit of pace. And it will be interesting to see how the Ugandans go about handling him.
Just first one wide, down that leg side, looking for a bit of extra pace. He remembers what it felt like yesterday with those wickets crashing around him. I'm sure he'll want a repeat performance today, but be interesting to just get some sort of feel in these first overs or two as to how Uganda approach this enormous task of scoring 355 to win. It's Trumpelman. Better delivery, bit of an effort. He certainly gives out the grunt when he drops that shoulder in. Yesterday, it seemed that when they lost their wickets early on, they were playing for experience and they were playing for time in the middle, and they and of course a lot of these sorts of tours are designed to do exactly that, where winning and losing has very little material impact on anything. This is not a seeding or a rankings game, and so that might very well be how they approach this afternoon as well.
Yeah, that ball a little bit more pace, a little bit more effort. Bagenda, the batsman, yet to get off the mark. The 1 run coming from a wide. So Ruben Trumpelman now, apart from the wide on the first delivery, found his radar. That one, the inside edge, down to fine leg. Ben Shikongo doing the fielding.
I suppose the conventional wisdom would be let the opening pair throw the bats at it for a few overs. Maybe an over or two to sight. See if they can get off to a decent start, because you must imagine Uganda are going to play a lot of their games facing big totals. And it is a skill that a batting team must learn, is how to chase down large totals.
Yeah, that one whizzed past his head. South Islam. One for the over. Umpire showing. That was a sharp delivery. Ruben Trumpelman definitely putting in a bit of effort in his first over.
Interesting call. Could easily have been a no ball.
And there he gets the wicket, caught it slip.
Just the faintest of edges, a little feather, premeditated stroke.
Was it Jan Freiling? Or was it Stephen Bard? Oh, no, it was the captain himself, Gerard Erasmus, taking the catch. Standing his ground there in the slips. Yeah, looking at that replay, the batsman trying to leave it, but already too late. Bit of extra pace doing him. So Saud Islam out without scoring. Second ball. The score now 2 for 1. And
a little bit of deja vu, a 300 plus score, and then early wicket with Trumpelman being the wrecker in chief. Only the 4th ball of the innings picks up the first wicket.
Yeah, definitely. I think Uganda should show a little bit more intent in these first few overs. You know, they're just going to hang their bat out against Trumpelman. They're going to get themselves in trouble. So show a bit of intent and try and score off him and put a bit of pressure, move a bit of pressure back onto him.
These guys, I'm assuming, get to work with speed guns from time to time. Trumpelman will be up around 140.
Yeah, I think his quick delivery must be somewhere around there. That one's in the air. Michael van Lingen gets the ball. Good throw. Batsman just makes his ground.
And you asked for some intent. There's certainly some intent there as the ball just dug in a little bit short. Batsman onto it quickly and hitting it out over the mid-wicket area. Didn't quite get hold of it, but a little show of aggression from the Ugandan batsman.
That's right, yeah. That makes the bowler think a little bit more when he bowls a short ball. Arnold Atwani. It's now Ben Shikongo bowling the second over of the innings. Ben, who hails from Walvis Bay at the coast, now living in Windhoek. Also one of the young players in the Namibian side, but he's has a little bit of experience already. Played in the T20 qualifiers for the World Cup. That was already 18 months back. Obviously his young career was put on halt a bit by COVID, but he's back at it. The batsman was ready and now he's adjusting his gloves, trying to get into Ben's head.
Well, that is an unusual start to a run-up. This goes the other way for a little bit.
Batsman seemed to play that one. It was a down into his foot and then bounced out to point. Yeah, I think Ben learned that run-up from Morne Morkel, Albie Morkel, who helps. Yeah, I think he got Ben into it. It's just get your mind switched on. You see him, he does it every delivery.
Nice opportunity for Shikongo today. He's would generally be regarded as amongst the first 11.
Yes, I think so. He's worked his way up into that first 11 and he's doing well. He performs well on the club scene as well. Plays in the franchise series.
Good delivery from Shikongo, beating the batsman for pace. Not picking up the line. He could have been watching Owen Farrell as well. Just with that funny little crab walk of his. Still, it's good to have a trademark. Eh? Good
I think Ben has a bit more pace than Owen Farrell. Yeah, these things are all basically there, get you into rhythm, get your mind switched on. You know, Owen Farrell could probably use another run-up and still kick just as well, but that's the one that works for him. It's like this is what works for Ben. You know, you can't keep on concentrating 100% ball in, ball out. You've got to switch off at some stage. I think that just turns his mind back on. That little walk back towards the side screen, and then he's into it.
So what instructions would these openers be going out with? Just to attack from ball one and do as much damage as they can, or is there a different game plan that they might be asked to follow?
Just looking at it, I think a little bit more intent, but I think also, to sort of try and stick around a little bit longer, take some of the shine off the ball, give the guys following them a bit more chance to have a go. But you've got to be balanced in your approach. You've got to have some aggression. Chasing a total like that, you have to have some aggression and try and go at least 5 to 6 and over. I mean, there are big gaps here in this field. You see, like that there, the Namibians were pushing those and looking for the singles in the gaps, and that was just a dead bat, just trying to keep it out. So I just think changing the intent with the defensive shots is already a start. Looking for singles while playing defensive shots.
Yeah, dead right. That's almost 4-day cricket. Put the bat down, give yourself 5 or 6 overs to see what's going on. You don't have the luxury of that. The run rate, which started out at just over 7, is already up to 7.3. So it moves quickly when the score's that big. And of course, it remains to be seen whether Uganda are actually fancying having a crack at the total, or if they've said, let's bat out the 50 overs and gain some experience and frustrate the Namibians in the process.
Obviously also Pierre de Bruin would want his side to spend 50 overs in the field and get that practice. So whether Uganda's putting pressure on them or they're just there and they're going through everything, going through it and doing it properly, he'll expect them to be switched on the whole time and to do everything properly. And he would welcome it if Uganda puts up a good fight and keeps them there till the end.
And a great test for his boys as well, because for Namibia to compete, generally they're going to be reaching up. They're going to be playing against more fancied opposition most of the time. And then this ability to not switch off when it looks easy, but try and develop a killer instinct when you see an opportunity in a game or a game situation turns your way, to be able to take advantage of it. And be something that Peter Brandon will be looking for in his team is to not switch off now. You would imagine the odds would be very, very long of Uganda pulling anything off here, and to not allow the team to switch off, start walking between overs, not focus intently on every ball. Those actions become habits, and those habits lead to excellence.
Bagenda facing Trumpelman. You see, he looks like he wants to spend some time at the crease and see what he can do. But okay. Obviously, they have something that they're working on, and to them, if they get to 10 overs, end of the power play with only 1 wicket down, it will already be an improvement on yesterday.
Oh, he nearly jinxed that straight away. Well, they do take 2 quick runs. Well, good running from the Ugandan batsman. And
Jan Freiling missing that one. That was hit with some power at him, just to his right. Jan being left-handed. He would be upset with himself for not holding on to that.
Uganda 7 for 1. 4 balls into the third over. And Namibia with a missed chance. And intelligent bowling this, I think, from Trumpelman. Against the shorter batsman. A little bit of aggression, but taking it down that leg side. He's not bowling to his field when he bowls that ball, but he is making him think.
He does have a guy behind sort of about 30 degrees in catching, Nicole Lofty-Eaton, and he has got a fine leg. I think that would be more the fine leg he's looking for on that one. Jan Freiling making up for that missed catch. Making ground to his left and picking that one up. And if Tanuj was sitting here, he'd be telling us what aeroplane that was, how many revolutions on the propeller per minute, and
It definitely looked like it was landing.
I agree, Gary. It was an aeroplane and it was landing.
Can tell the difference.
I hope it was landing.
There's a busy airport. We're right next to the Eros airport. And, fairly busy little district airport. Lots of private air traffic, but also commercial flights generally to the north of the country. Chikongo getting a half-hearted grunt from his team. It was a good delivery. Had the batsman guessing a little bit. And a nice movement off the seam. And had the batsman really working hard to try and dig that out. Developing a nice shape. There's a little bit of a breeze out there, and if I'm correct, it looks like his stock delivery would be the in swinger. And
yeah, he does like to bring it back, also a bit off the track. He likes to bowl a consistent line and a length. Doesn't have the same pace as Ruben Trumpelman, but he's not slow. That ball too straight and worked down to fine leg.
But again, a very defensive choice of shot against the shorter ball floating down leg. Not onto it quickly, just looking to work it down, rotate the strike. Batsmen definitely looking to set themselves in before they try any heroics here. Run rate already up to 7.5 for Uganda. Currently trundling along just over 2 to the over.
Great delivery that from Ben Chikongo, beating the bat. Looking at the replay. I see he's getting across to just outside off stump and then playing from there. Playing and missing. Could open himself up to an LBW there. Chikongo skidding through a bit more than what Ruben Trumpelman is.
It's bowling a good line, Chikongo, not giving the batsman any width. Using the off stump. And
I
just
think
outside that.
That's until now been the difference between the two sides in his first few overs. Namibia bowling a lot straighter line. On that fourth stump line where Uganda were giving a couple of wider balls where they could play shots at.
Still good energy from the Namibian fielding side. And as we've mentioned, with the World Cup in the beckoning, a lot of these players are understanding every move in the field's being watched by the coach. Their enthusiasm, their support, their focus and intensity and concentration. And it's easy in this sort of game to let that slide. And they will be consistently trying to G each other up to make sure that they keep up that intensity all through whatever Uganda is able to put together.
Well fielded there by Stephen Bard at the gully. A little bit deeper gully. Almost a fly gully. Four men behind, or 5 men behind square on the offside. Third man and then 3 in the cordon, 2 slips, a gully and a backward point. All behind square. That means only 4 other fielders. In fact, at this stage, only 2 in front of square. Only 2 fielders in front of square on the leg and offside, 1 on each. An extra cover, almost in the catching or on the 1, and then the mid-wicket. Just shows the little bit of added pace that Trumpelman has, that he can bowl with a field like that. Most shots going behind square.
And really that sort of field setting is up to the batsman to change, because under the power play conditions, the batsman's letting the fielding team get away with these overs where they don't have to think about moving men out. They can afford to set a field like this. It is up to the batsman to start trying to push the ball into areas to force the fielding side to change their shape.
Exactly. So even that shot, although he's going to get 4 for it, was behind square. Yeah, a little bit more intent there, but they've definitely got to try and push the balls in front of square. There's a single there, a ball if they can do that. He just opened that blade and swung through the line.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't the line he intended, but he will take the result.
Yeah, I don't think Trumpelman will be too upset with that. He sees a chance, a possible chance coming from shots like that. Now move to around the wicket. We saw him doing that yesterday during his opening overs, changing from around the wicket to over the wicket, and he picked up a couple of his wickets that way by starting the over around the wicket and then going over and getting the wicket.
Trumpelman, useful opening spell this. 1 for 10 so far. And they will cross for the 1 for 11 off 3 then for Trumpelman. And Chikonga operating on the other end. He's no wicket for 3 runs. And Uganda chasing 355 for victory. 14 for 1 after 5 overs. I'll shift out and Tanuj will take over.
Thank you very much, gents. What a start this has been for Namibia. Just 14 runs and 1 wicket coming up in the first 5 overs. Lots of work to be done for this Ugandan team.
Ben Chikonga running in there.
Good single taken over there. Hamuka Yondo out there with the skipper, Arnold Otwani. Ben Chikonga continuing with his 3rd over. A bit of a dance over there for Ben Chikonga. Good piece of bowling. Ball coming into the batsmen, not giving them room. Edged and taken. Another one falls for Uganda. Slipping down the road. Good bowling by Ben Chikonga. Forcing the batsman to play on. A thick edge. And straight into the hands of JJ Smith. Uganda in 5 overs now 15 for 2.
Well, great stuff from the Namibians here. 2 wickets within 6 overs. Ben Shikongo getting his wicket there. Good pace bowling. And the Ugandans are struggling a lot with this fast bowling here.
Ugandan skipper has to depart. Just making 3 runs off his 10 deliveries. But in walks in Ronak Patel. We saw this man yesterday slamming a century. Well-deserved century. But it just was not enough to take Uganda across the line. Namibia at the end winning by 98 runs. And the Ugandan team definitely relying on Ronak Patel. He's on the striker's end. Ben Chikongo with his orthodox run-up. Good ball, change of pace.
Who was a little guy, but is bowling at very good pace here. So far only 4 runs from his 2.3 overs.
And 1 wicket. Good ball, seems to be angling into the batsman. A bit of breeze coming from the eastern side. Possibly helping the bowler, especially the pace bowlers. Uganda needing still 340 runs in the next 44 overs. Misfield. JP Kotze just couldn't get his hands, just couldn't get his gloves on the ball. Boundary to end the over. Uganda now 19 for 2.
Great bowling here, Ben Chikongo. He picked up a wicket in his 3rd over. Uganda losing 2 wickets here in the power play.
And in case you've just joined us, this is the Lite Series between the Namibian Eagles and the Ugandan Cranes. Second 50-over match between Namibia and Uganda. The first one being played yesterday. Ruben Trumpelman back into the attack. Very economical. He's taken 1 wicket, given away 11 runs. Quite useful for Namibia. At this stage, asking rate is 7.6 for Uganda, needing 336 runs in the next 44 overs. I'd like to thank our sponsors, Castle Lite and Dafabet in India, for making all this possible.
And welcome to the cricket.
Ooh, oh, that was in the air. Good pace, good bounce.
It bounced on me. He didn't expect that at all.
No,
But good bowling. These fast bowlers of Namibia are bowling very good balls here. The pressure is on the Ugandans. They need to score a lot of runs to win here today.
And a big welcome also to our fans who are watching this game live on Cricket Namibia Facebook page. Give us your feedback. What do you think will be the outcome of this game? Going down the leg side. Good keeping by JP Kotze.
Well, the new ball always helps the fast bowlers.
Oh, how close was that?
I'm thinking the bounce on the wicket is also helping the batting team a bit. Some of these balls would keep a bit low. We'll be seeing more wickets here. A lot of bounce there. Well, for the Namibian bowlers here, if they want to get the Ugandans out, they should make them play the ball. Try to make them play most of the balls.
A bit of a full delivery, could not capitalize on it. Driving it straight to cover. But it all comes down to this. I mean, we saw the Namibian batsmen when they were out there. Whenever there was a chance for a run, they would push for that first run, realizing, okay, hang on, we can make a second, pushing for the second. And this is where the Ugandan batsmen need to capitalize. Got him! Got him! Number 2 for Chumpelman. A bit of height on that ball, probably just catching the glove. And Hamukuyano departs for 11.
Well, he was doing quite well. 11 from 25 balls. Scored a boundary there. And the third wicket falls. 2 for Ruben Trempelman. And early trouble once again for the Ugandans. Losing their third wicket in the power play.
I seem to have got glove on that one. Good call by the umpire.
Like I said, JP Kutsia seemed to have some kind of an injury. If you see how he's moving, he's not moving freely.
New batsman walks in, Roger Mukasa. During the first innings, he took 2 wickets in his 9 overs. Lots of pressure on this young man. Actually 31 years old. He joins Ronak Patel, who's 32 years old. Lots of work to be expected by these 2 batsmen. Trumpelman still in his over. Or actually now it's Ben Chikongo. A bit of a dance during his run-up. Makes a U-turn and heads for the wickets.
Well fielded there. Very good fielding for by the Namibian side. Well, I think the way he starts his run is to let the batsman know, I'm about to send you home. You're going this way. Well, very interesting, a little nice dance there. But it works for him, so great stuff.
Can you imagine a batsman facing him for the first time? Probably thinking, where is he running to? Oh, hang on, there's a U-turn right there. Oh, here we go. A bit of a slower delivery. Ben Chikongo playing around with the space.
Well, Ronak Patel is very stingy with his wicket. We saw that yesterday. He's not going to give you anything for free. If you want this wicket, you have to bowl hard, come at him, make him play. Maybe put in a silly point for him. It's almost starting to look like a practice game for the Namibians.
Definitely is. Bench Congo, brilliant bowling. Still got the two batsmen in there. Still have to get off their mark. Ronak Patel on strike. He scored a brilliant century for him yesterday. Just wasn't enough to get to that total of 302. And today it's even a bigger total. Oh, smacked. Should run for 4. Jan Nicol of the Eaton just grabbing the ball, diving outside.
A bit of width there. And Batal smacks it.
I flicked it a bit too far. And only the 2 runs for Uganda. And this is what I was coming at. This is where the situational awareness comes in off the field. You push hard for that first run. And then you know that if there's a couple of more, you push harder. There have been a few chances we've seen in the Ugandan innings yesterday and even today. When there was a chance for 2 runs, the Ugandan batsman would just casually run and take 1. Whereas the Namibian batsmen, they would push very hard for the first one. And just when they realize, hang on, there's a chance for a second run, they would push harder for it.
Well, also the Namibian team is quite a young team. The Ugandans, one player 31, the other one 33. Good shot there.
End of the 7th over. Uganda moving slowly but surely. 23 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. Robin Trumpelman to continue his 5th over from the northern end. He's bowled 4 overs so far, 1 maiden, taking 2 wickets. The second wicket coming in that maiden over. Very good economy, 2.75. He will be the person that Namibia will be looking at to change this game around.
Well, definitely bowling at very good speeds here. The batsman facing him right now is Roger Mukasa. He took himself 2 wickets earlier. Now he has to face the storm.
This will be Roger's first ball. Oh, that's some serious speed there. Just toying with the batsman. Bowler versus bowler. How close was that? Just leading him on to play. Lucky for missing the lucky for the batsman missing the bat.
Well, Ruben Trebelman bowling very fast pace here.
Should get 2 runs over here, or not. From our view up over here in the commentary box, we can sort of like, judge when the ball leaves the bat, the distance it travels, and the distance it takes for the fielder to get to it versus what our viewers see on television. And from there, we make a little judgment if it's going to be 1 run or 2 runs. And we saw Namibia doing that.
Well, the Ugandans can't afford to lose another wicket in the power play. It's 24 runs for 3 wickets, 8.3 overs. Of course, a very high target here of 355 runs. Well, the current run rate is 2.82, while the required run rate is 7.97. So they need to up their scoring here.
Nine overs gone, Uganda now 24 for 3.
Well, at the same time, Patel is not a small guy, and that's also where the strikers are for them to run twos. They're going to take the singles easily, but the second run will be a bit risky for them. Can bring the run out into play.
Yeah, sure can, but always wonder that when you lose wickets very, very early within within the first 10 overs, what does your game plan become? Namibia have only used 2 of their bowlers, Ben Chikongo back into the attack. Roger Mukasa still in there, 1 run, and on the other end, Ronak Patel steadily. Both men with a strike rate of 33.
Well, the 2 fast bowlers doing a great job for their captain here in the power play. Ruben Trippill getting 2 wickets, and Ben Chikongo getting 1 wicket. Ben Chikongo into his 5th over.
Smacked away to deep cover for 4. That's the kind of start Uganda should be looking at from the beginning. That was hit very, very hard. That's in the air. Oh, just missed him. Just missed it. Falling a bit short.
Good bowling there. Ben Chikongo.
Just couldn't reach there in time. Batsman getting very lucky right there.
Another dot ball. Only 20 years old. Ben Chikongo. And he's just going to get stronger and faster.
Lots of bowling talent, this young man, Bench Congo. Oh, good piece of bowling. Good length. Was forcing Ronak Patel to play that. Ronak Patel realizing, nope, I'm going to leave it. Oh, that was in the air. I think Bench Congo just got his fingers on it. But Ronak Patel replied back. It came back quite fast.
That could have been a catch.
Oh, just missing his hands. Good effort though. Namibian ball is looking very, very aggressive. Uganda 29 for 3 after 10 overs.
Only 5 runs from the last over. But a boundary as well. End of the power play. Only 29 runs on the scoreboard. 3 wickets falling here. At the moment, it's fair to say the Eagles are on top, flying high.
Skipper seems to have bought a spinner into the attack. Jan-Nicole Lofty-Eaton to continue with this 11th over. This might play an advantage to the spinners. I mean, there are a few cracks close to the wickets, giving a slight advantage to the medium pace bowlers and the spinners, using those expanding cracks to their advantage.
Well, Uganda has to choose one of these bowlers to go after.
Roger digging that ball out of his crease. 1 run. Ball went straight to point.
Very good bowling there. Well, the dot balls are coming in. So far, 2 dot balls and 1 run in this over. Good shout there, but definitely height will be an issue there.
Ball was in the air, catch was the call. Fell just short of the fielder. Seems to be the norm today. Most of the shots that went into the air have been falling just short of the fielders. Yeah, that'll be a dead ball. Ronak Patel steps away. Probably was bugged by the scorekeeper on the other end.
Final ball of the over. Just 2 runs from the over. Great bowling there. Not much spin there. 31 runs for 3 wickets. 11 overs gone. It's the Lite Series. Namibia playing Uganda at the Wanderers in Windhoek, Namibia. Yesterday, Namibia won the first game by 98 runs after putting up 301 runs. And today they put up even more runs. It's 355 that Uganda needs to get. And they are already 3 wickets down.
Jan Farling comes in to the bowling attack for Namibia, bowling the 12th over. This is where the Ugandan batsmen should take advantage of scoring more runs. The fielding positions is nicely, widely spread out.
Young friendly. Another dot ball. Medium paced bowler.
Good fielding from his own bowling. This is what Namibia wants to see, this type of discipline. We did see lots of overthrows in the first innings, but the Namibian side trying to keep it nice and clean. Oh, nice bowling.
Well, Uganda needs to up the run rate here. But very accurate bowling.
Down to fine leg for 1 run. Yes, Amar, I definitely agree with you. Uganda really have to step up. I mean, the last 5 overs went for only 13 runs with 1 wicket. Run rate of 2.6. Currently at 2.7 right now. Asking run rate is getting close to the 9 mark. But that's one thing that we have noticed about the Ugandan batsmen over here in Windhoek, especially this Wanderers field, that they do take their time to settle in. As we all know that Wanderers cricket field is the home training ground for this team, for our national side. They have their netting practice, fielding practice, pretty much all the time over here on this field. So they know this field like the back of his hand. Pulled away, chases on, should get 2 runs. Good fielding by Jan Nicol. If they ran harder, they could have gone for 3 runs. Uganda now 35 for 3 after 12 overs.
As you can see clearly, Patel has the same plan as yesterday. He's just going to look for those 1s and 2s. He's basically playing test cricket here. Maybe at some point he's going to up his strike rate. But right now, comfortable just to take the 1s and the 2s. Comfortable to block most of the balls. A very defensive approach from the Ugandans here.
Lots of turnover there for Jan Nicol. Good piece of bowling.
I mean, if you look at this, for the Namibian bowlers, preparing for the World Cup as well. Another single there. For the Namibian bowlers, you are preparing for a World Cup this year. What you will expect is a bit of batsmen to come after you. You know, so you can prepare yourself for what's definitely going to happen in India. But this guy is just happy to defend here.
I guess the question is that if you do have a world-class bowler that is performing in the World Cup and gets hit for, let's say, 2 or 3 boundaries in the same over, how does he change his reply? How does he change his line? Oh, wonderful piece of bowling. I mean, we saw that yesterday when Cosmos Kawata came on in the last few overs, where he was sent packing for 28 runs. And I guess the question comes in that, okay, fine, you hit me for the first 4, you hit me for the second 6. My third delivery, how do I change the line? How do I bowl? Do I come around the wicket? Do I change my line? That will be the discipline that the bowlers will need to survive this World Cup. Hitting the pads, big shout. Was probably missing leg stump.
Good stuff, good stuff. "13 overs gone, 36 for 3. Well, the pressure is on the Ugandans to come out here and play some cricket, play some shots. The Eagles at the moment flying high, creating a lot of pressure here. And the beautiful thing here is there's pressure from both ends, which puts even more pressure on the batsmen.
Jan Freiling continues with his second over.
Well, the key thing for medium bowler, pace bowler, is accuracy. That's the most important thing if you're bowling medium pace. Otherwise, you'll be taken to the boundary.
That's right, you definitely have to keep your line in check, especially when you're bowling to Ronak Patel. Ronak Patel playing very, very casually, moving on to 9 from 26 balls, striking just above 30. Roger Mukas on the other end, 10 runs, coming from 15 balls with 1 boundary, striking at 66. Yeah, it's been quite a time, and there haven't been any boundaries yet. Well, I spoke too soon. That's 6 runs right there.
First 6 of the Ugandan innings here. Roger taking Jan Fringlik for 6 there. Great shot.
No, absolutely. And now just busy talking about how in the last 4 overs there hasn't been any boundaries. And here comes Roger.
Like I said, if you're a medium pace bowler, accuracy is everything. You get it wrong, you hit for a boundary. Well, good play there. He gets a boundary and then rotates the strike.
Flick down leg side, runs for 4. Uganda moving now to 49 runs for 3 wickets after 14 overs. Jan Nicole Lofty 18 from the other end will continue his bowling. Roger Mukasa sitting at 16 runs from 16 balls, 1-4-1-6. Good strike rate, 100%. And Ronak Patel still has to up his strike rate.
The Ugandans starting to build a small partnership here. These two players seem to be starting to play some shots. For the next 20 overs, they should at least target a boundary per over just to stay in this game. The required run rate is right now at 8.52. They can't allow the Namibians too many dot balls here.
Yeah, still very early to tell, still within the 14 overs. I'm sure once Roger, Mukasa and Ronak Patel settle in, they will start swinging those bats for those boundaries. We all know they have it in them. Good support from their mates, from the dugout. And I'm sure lots of support back home in Uganda.
Well, with the runs on board, Namibian bowlers can be a bit creative. Try some different options. Maybe a googly. Well, it seems their running is improving here.
This was a very good over for Uganda. Couple of boundaries, good running between the wickets. If they can keep this up, I'm sure the target of 355 should be within reach. Uganda now 52 for 3 after 15 overs. Jan Freiling to continue from the southern end. Batsman on strike is Roger Mukasa, sitting on 19 runs of 22 balls, 1-4, 1-6.
Good running as well as good fielding here. Looks like the Ugandan batsmen are starting to get some life into this game. Roger Mukasa, not a bad strike rate, 82.6. Dot ball. Patel seems to be taking his time here today. Only 14 runs from 29 balls. But it's still early in his innings. You know, like I said earlier, this is a chance for Namibian bowlers to try different things, different tactics. They've got enough runs on the board to try out different things. Even if they leak some runs, it should not be a problem.
That's not a bad idea. Maybe all the Namibian bowlers can do the same run-up as Ben Shikongo.
I think that's too unique.
Good calling from Roger Mukasa. Pushing Ronak Patel to take those singles. He definitely does have the power to hit those long boundaries. We saw him hit a 6 a couple of overs ago.
Was something distracting the batsman there. And it's something the bowlers don't really like. No bowler likes to run in for nothing. But it's part of the game. Just get back and do your run again.
Ronak Patel attempting a pull shot, getting his shoulder and getting one run. Putting Roger Mukasa back on strike.
Like I said earlier, the JB Kotsia, the wicket keeper, seemed to have an injury. He's not moving so freely.
Last game today, so probably just trying to hang in there.
Another over gone. 16 overs gone for the Ugandan earnings here. They still have a lot of runs to score here.
Lots of runs from lots of overs. Once again, thank you for joining us, watching this game live on our Cricket Namibia Facebook page and on NBC2 and on TV2 Africa. Also, big shout out to our fan park areas. The first one being right here in Wanderers Cricket Stadium in Windhoek. And then obviously not to forget the Grove Mall and the Dome in Swakopmund. And hello to our viewers who are watching from Uganda.
Current run rate 3.51. Required run rate is moving up to 8.73 now. No wicket there. He hits the ball into the ground. Well, the Ugandan dug out shouting for every single here, motivating their players. Good bowling. Well, these two just need to stay in. Hopefully they'll frustrate the Namibian bowlers and they will try other things and they can score some runs.
The Namibian bowlers have been all over these Ugandan batsmen since the beginning, not giving them enough room. Oh, wow. Just missing his off stump. And that was quite a bit of turn on Jan Nicol's ball. Good piece of bowling. Now that is called spin. That even took JP Kotze by surprise. Yeah, Nicole bowling brilliantly. 4 overs, 8 runs. Economy just at 2. Yes, it's a very good piece of bowling.
Well, definitely doing very well. The captain should be happy here. Drinks at the moment. He has so far just used 4 bowlers. And if you look at the economy rate, just Jan Fringling at 6.6. But the rest bowling at very good economic rates here. Doing the job for the team.
Still not a bad start from Jan Flying. The only thing that's messing up his numbers over there was that 6 from Roger Mukasa. Otherwise, he was also along the same par as the rest of his mates. Namibia right now 58 for 3 after 17 overs. Bit of a drinks break. We'll take a short break ourselves. Stay tuned, do not go far away. And we're back live. Uganda sitting at 58 for 3. 3 quick early wickets. Jan finally continuing with his attack. Opening bowlers of Namibia really dominating the Ugandan batsmen. Ruben Trumpelman and Ben Chikongo. Ruben taking 2 wickets and Ben 1. Rattling the first batting order for Uganda. But seems like Ronak Patel and Roger Mukasa have settled in. Both of them going at a steady pace. Looking to build up this innings for a partnership.
Yeah, the news, and just sort of comparing scores. Namibia at 14 overs were already at 90. Uganda now at 17 overs, 58 on the board. So they are well behind, 22 runs behind where Namibia were at 14 overs. But there is a little bit of intent there from the Ugandans. They are playing shots, looking to play shots, and I think more positive. Although yesterday at this stage they were definitely in a rebuilding mode.
Yeah, the Namibian innings in the beginning definitely had a different attack plan. They went straight for the bowlers, not giving them enough room for the bowlers, even for the bowlers to settle in.
Patel also, yesterday his run rate picked up as he went on. He's today under the 50 strike rate. At this early stage, 16 runs, strike rate of 47.
The Namibian innings mostly dominated by the openers Stephen Bard and Devon Lecoq.
Yeah, 150 partnership they had, which is wonderful for them. Devon Lecoq, you know, debutant in the series. He'll be glad to have his name in those record books. Great shot there.
That was it, straight down the ground. I'm not sure at this stage if I'm thinking, was there a possibility of 2 runs? Because we saw the Namibian batting side, they would push very hard for the first one.
Yeah,
And
I would say that should have been 2. Lecoq had to make at least 40 to 50 meters to pick that ball up. Batsman should have run 2. Maybe they thought it was going to go for a boundary and didn't run the first one.
Oh, a bit of a misfield. They could have taken another 1 run right there. And that's the difference between the Namibian batting and the Ugandan batting. Lots of situational awareness for the Namibian team. Probably one advantage they have that they know these grounds very, very well. They know how fast the ball can travel. A bit of a disadvantage to our visitors. But this is where they do not need to relax. They need to keep their heads up. They saw when the ball was returned, bit of a fumble, and that should have been their cue. Let's go for a second. Because at this stage, they need all the runs they can.
Yeah, I think another thing which I see is Namibian fielders are trusting each other. If a fielder picks the ball up, he thinks there's a chance of runner, he has a shy, and he trusts his fellow fielders to be backing up. And that gives him more freedom in the field. That one tossed up, and Patel playing it out to extra cover. And I think one thing that has been really great about the series is that all the Namibians, you know, they're using it as a warm-up for things to go later in the year, 50 over tournaments they have to play in, hopefully, and then also the T20 World Cup. All their players have had a chance, and all of it at some stage done something, been able to get some runs or wickets. And, yeah, it's been a great hit out for everyone.
That's right. I want to also mention a very good exposure for this young Ugandan team. Nice to have them down over here, get a bit of cricket into their yearbook.
I also don't know when their season normally is. Ours being through the southern hemisphere summer here in Namibia. Uganda being a lot further north. Probably more equatorial, and they could play probably all through the year.
Good bowling by Jan Nicol. Roger Mukasa was looking to play that towards point, totally missing it. It's up in the air. 1 bounce, should go for 4. Bit of a short ball, well picked up by Roger Mukasa.
And at this stage, after 18 overs, 67 on the board. 67 for the loss of 3 wickets.
This is a very good side that Namibia is showing. I'm sure if Bangladesh is watching, this is what they will have to face in the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, and remembering that this is Namibia's first game this year, in fact in a very long time as a team, so there's still a lot of improvement I'm sure that they would like to show between now and the T20 World Cup. At this stage they're working on the small things. If you can change something by 1%, then it makes a big difference.
Definitely does. Jan Franklin, and who was next over from the southern end. And it's that man, Ronak Patel, who made a century yesterday. Oh, cheeky. Should get the 1 run. Just lobbed into the air. Down to third man.
Jan Freiling, left arm, bowling around the wicket at the right-handers. Looking to keep the ball wide of the off stump. Patel running it down to Bernard Scholes, who's down at quite a fine third man.
Oh, beautiful fielding.
Stephen Bard there, backward point. Putting his body on the line, diving to his right, cutting off that ball.
Yeah, that slow-mo reminded me a bit of Jonty Rhodes.
Again, Jan Freiling doing well off his own bowling. Jan looking to come back this over after being hit for a few the previous over. Mukasa looking for a single there, being sent back, probably wisely. Lofty Eaton doing the fielding, an excellent throw back to the wicket keeper. Probably Patel would have been found wanting there.
Good call by Ronak Patel. Roger was definitely looking for that single, sent back by Ronak Patel on the non-striker's end. Seems like both batsmen settling in there, both in the 20s. A bit of a fielding change. Mid-on comes on. Seems like a mid-wicket comes on. And then third man comes in a bit closer.
Definitely Jan Freiling will be bowling these last couple of balls of this over a lot straighter and fuller. That's why he's brought up his third man and pushed back the long on. Early in the over he was dropping it a bit shorter, wide of the off stump, and he had the cover down at third man. So all these things done with a plan.
Ben Shikongo doing the fielding right there. End of the over. Uganda now moved to 70 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. A bit of change in commentary. With me is Trevor. I'll be signing off just for a little while. And in comes in Gary.
Trevor, I think it's safe to say again on going for the win. They're doing a little bit of batting practice in the middle, and probably given the situation, totally understandable. But they are hitting with intent, and as we speak, this one goes high in the air and falls safe. And I think, given the match situation, you can't really blame them for not going for the win. But they are playing some entertaining strokes.
They are, yeah. I think definitely they are more positive than what they were yesterday. And I think it's a great opportunity now for them. It looks like it was a no ball call, so it's a free hit. An opportunity for them to play against a decent bowling attack and hone their skills against a good bowling.
And the bowling has been pretty good. Namibia have been sprite in the field. They've been switching it up. There's been lots of fielding changes and positional changes. And that's good. That's indicative of firstly, not cruising, as we mentioned at the beginning of the innings, but secondly, thinking and trying to work a batsman out.
And then the other thing is I see, the Namibians giving attention to detail. The long off and deep extra cover fielder switching there. Divan Lecoq going to long off, and I can't see who that is. There's a Trumpelman who was at the extra cover boundary, making sure that they get the right guys in exactly the right positions with the speed and the arms.
Yeah.
It was Gerard Erasmus. I see he's now making a couple of small changes again to the field.
It also, of course, serves to disrupt the batsman a little bit. If there's been a couple of good blows in and slow things down, move it around, force the batsman to rethink the field, and you also start wondering why someone's moving. And it's, I guess, yesterday when we were appearing to be critical of Namibia not worrying too much about getting wickets, it was that was missing a little bit yesterday. There was a long period in which they were getting through the overs quickly, but it didn't feel like they were trying to work the batsman out. This sort of activity on the field does give that impression that there's a little bit more planning now.
Yeah, they didn't got a plan for each batsman, a different plan for each batsman. That was looked to be the wrong one. Nicole Lofton has a few variations when he's bowling. And, stock delivery is a leg break.
Well, that was a leg break, but it was wide of the off stump and thumped into extra cover.
Yeah, I think that's just the thing. The Namibians were splitting the gaps this morning. Uganda just struggling really to get the ball through to the boundary. They are getting the odd boundary, but not as regularly as what Namibia were doing. And I think that's probably a big difference between the two sides, that power and the placement.
I have been impressed with Patel, though. Yesterday, his stroke play, he's typically one of those batsmen who seems to have a really good eye. And he's got a vast array of shots as well. That was a neat little feather past the wicket keeper on the last delivery. And he
seems to have good hands, good wrists for manoeuvring the ball.
Very subcontinental batting style.
Yeah. And also an awareness of where the field is and where the runs are.
So 76 for 3. Patel on 22. 23 now. And facing. And plays it straight back.
I think Jan Freiling enjoying having a bit of an extended bowling spell now. The T20s, you only allowed four overs maximum, so they wouldn't have been probably wouldn't have bowled his 4 on the trot. So yeah, he's been on and bowled a few overs now. Also settling into a rhythm. It's always nice to get a chance to just settle into your rhythm when you're starting an international season again. That ball pitched up on about middle and leg, played out to a wide mid wicket.
Nice shot from Mukasa through the covers. They're thinking of two, and the Namibians are wary of the danger, quick to call and make the fieldsman aware, Shikongo aware that he had to get the ball in quickly, and good job of teamwork during fielding.
There again, Shikongo must have made 40 meters, maybe even more, to that ball, and yet the batsmen didn't even really look like they were going to make 2 runs. Oh my goodness.
Well, a tame surrender of the wicket in the end from Freiling, just back off a length, and Patel almost surprised by it, hitting it straight back to Freiling.
Yeah, I think just a slightly slower delivery. Patel just padding it back. It's almost a bunt shot like you see in softball.
He's deceived by the pace. He was looking to lash that, and then had to hold back because of the much slower delivery. And Patel worked out by Freiling, a good ball, and Patel not coping with the change-up, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. 23 or 43 balls, just 1-4 in that, and Uganda now 78 for 4.
Yeah, Roger Mukasa will need to stick around there that the others can bat around him now. He's actually looked quite solid and going about his work. Kenneth Waiswa coming in now. Looks like it. Number 8 on his back.
Good innings yesterday from him. He looked nice and solid, accompanying Patel with some dexterity. Patel off to his century. Waiswa, his support partner, and looked pretty solid through that innings. I think it's fair to say we can see we don't have to worry too much about run rates and wins and things like that. It's now just getting an idea of if Namibia can drive home the advantage that they have. As you say, it's the coach would quite like them to spend 50 overs out there and do all sorts of things. And but then there's also this mindset, this killer instinct that many teams start developing, that if they have the opponent on the ropes, they can drive home the advantage.
And Jan Freiling going over the wickets again now. Obviously looking to bring other modes of dismissal into play now with a new batsman. Another change in field placing. Gerard Erasmus himself coming into a sort of a close mid-off catching position. Around the wicket again now. Waiswa seeing Erasmus there, just playing the ball down into the wicket. And after 24 overs, is it? 22 overs. After 22 overs, the score 77 for 4, Uganda. Mukasa on 33. Waiswa just come in, faced 2 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. And we see the introduction of Bernard Scholz into the bowling attack. And normally he would have been bowling a lot earlier, but they've obviously given Nicole Lofty-Eaton a chance just after the power play to bowl his leg spinners. Van Scholes bowls orthodox left arm around the wicket. One of the more experienced left arm bowlers at this level of cricket, in world cricket at this stage. League 2.
I liked him yesterday for this form of the game. Gets through his overs quickly. It's very neat, very efficient, and almost is as useful in the way and what he's doing when he's not bowling as when he is bowling. It creates a havoc for a batsman to suddenly go through 4 or 5 balls in the space of a minute and a half and realise he hasn't scored any runs.
Now you watch that delivery, he pushed it through a bit flatter and a little bit shorter, and you'll see a bit later in the over he'll push another one through flatter again, possibly more pitched up, looking for the LBW. Very clever bowler. Uses his flight very well. And again we see is it Erasmus at a silly point almost there.
There's no helmet, so he must just have a very hard head.
Obviously he'll take evasive action if the batsman looks to be playing a big shot. But he's got full trust in his bowler and Bernard. They've been playing together for many years now at this level. See there again, pushing the batsman back. He'll look to do that, push the batsman back a bit and then give him a fuller, flatter ball and see if he can get him still to go back and bring the LBW into play.
Field positions have changed again. Silly point back out.
I enjoy watching JP Kotze behind the stumps. He's always full of action and animated when something happens.
Certainly
Or looks
very
like it's going to
optimistic
happen.
wicketkeeper.
He is, yes.
Every ball was nearly a wicket.
And that also puts pressure on the batsman. You know,
course it
even as a
does.
batsman, you think, I hit in the middle, but you know, did that thing maybe do something that I didn't see?
Exactly. And it creates energy on the field. We are in that little mid-inning slump with all the best intentions. The fieldsmen start moving a little bit slower between deliveries and between the wickets, and it's often on the shoulders of the wicketkeeper to keep energy levels up, keep communication high, and to keep the batsman thinking that the team is going to have him any second. 23 overs gone, 79 for 4 Uganda, chasing 355 for not only an unlikely but probably currently an unsought for victory.
Oh, and while we're talking, I see Gerard Erasmus now coming into the attack to bowl his off spinners. Bowling over the wicket, he's quite often uses right arm around the wicket. Today he feels right arm over is the way to go. And a crowd catch there, straight into the ground, bouncing out to Stephen Bard at extra cover.
Well, both balls quite wide. He's trying to bring the batsman out and force him to play a shot. Unlikely to get a lot of turn on this wicket.
Yeah, it was turning a bit this morning, but it was slow turn. Not that turn and bounce that spinners really enjoy. That one turned a bit. Brought about a false shot. Batsman playing away from his leg. Yeah, just turned enough to beat the bat, get the inside edge. Erasmus also pushes the ball through a bit quicker than a lot of spinners and getting through his overs quickly. That one seeming to spin and bounce. Obviously little patches appearing on the wicket now as we into the end of the getting towards the end of the second day. Again hit straight to that cover, extra cover fielder Stephen Bard.
And this is something the coach would be happy with. Put on the slow bowlers, get through the overs quickly, and tie up the batsman a little bit. Oh, and that's it. He's bowled him. He's bowled him. A bit of extra flight in that.
Extra flight and also just outside off stump, coming back. We're talking about not much spin, but he's definitely been getting a bit of spin. The one that was called wide was spinning and bouncing. This one probably maybe should have gone forward. Oh, there he did go forward, yeah, and he's
seemed to come off the bat.
Almost, yeah, playing a wrong line there, but definitely a decent ball. Let's have a look at it now, slow motion. Yeah, coming back off the bat as well, inside edge onto the stumps, played on. So definitely a little bit of turn there for Erasmus.
81 for 5. The procession continues for Uganda. Kayondu with 11, Islam Duck on 20, managed 3, Patel at 23. Kenneth Waiswa not able to score. And Mukasa's there on 35 at the moment. So
Yazat Ali Shah coming in. He was actually quite aggressive in the T20s, played a few decent shots. I think that's, Uganda really just need to put together a partnership, and just as they look to be building, a wicket falls, so they're not really able to transfer pressure back onto Namibia. 81 for 5. Chasing 385 for victory. 24 overs gone, so they almost, this is the halfway over of the innings. And 24 overs gone. Erasmus finished his over. It's now, I see, Namibia now using, they had Bernard Scholes on for an over, but after that wicket falling, bringing back Trumpelman, obviously looking to get a couple of quick wickets now, try and get a breakthrough going.
yeah, a tactic they tried yesterday as well. He bowled a quick two over spurt in the middle. Wasn't successful, but it does change it up.
Yeah, he's
especially the new man there.
Yeah, well, it's Mukasa down at this end, so maybe they're trying to remove him, open up the both ends. Yeah, we see there again the Namibians prepared to have a shot. Just keep the pressure on the Ugandans the whole time. Shah has just come in, just keeping him honest there and making sure that he gets back into his ground. Yeah, Ruben Trumpelman looks like a typical fast bowler. Will need a couple of deliveries to warm up.
I noticed that yesterday as well in that second spell where the first 2 or 3 balls he just seemed stiff. He didn't seem to have that nice whip that he had going in the opening spell.
That's right, yeah, but I'm sure after 1 or 2, 3 deliveries he'll start picking up his pace again. Bowling around the wicket. They're almost the full shot. It was a bit of a top edge on the pull shot, hook shot.
Oh, interestingly, it didn't. Mukasa didn't seem that interested in getting off the strike. I think he might have been a little bit too optimistic in thinking it had gone for 4. He hadn't really gotten hold of it.
No, there's definitely cover down here. I see Jan Freiling has also now come down to backward of square on the boundary. Shah actually hit a few in the T20 sort of backward of square area, and I think they remember that, and they're actually going to bowl to him that he can play that shot and set the trap for him. Definitely a little bit more effort into that delivery. I see the track is on the end of the second day that we're using. The track seems to be staying, odd one staying a little bit lower now.
Almost at the stage where you've got to start thinking about how the series has gone for Uganda. They've been soundly beaten. There were 1 or 2 moments of competitiveness, and especially I think the second T20. But it's not always about these tours are about giving exposure and getting experience, and a few bright sparks for Uganda. Some good batting, certainly on the batting side. They'll be happy that some of their batsmen were able to compete. But the difference is glaring in the second tier side of Namibia and third tier side Uganda.
Yeah, I think it just it'll give the Ugandans a chance to actually have a look at their individual players, check on their characters. Quite often in games like this, you see who's got the character, who's got that competitive edge to them, who wants to compete and never gives up. So yeah, I think there's a lot they're going to take out of this, and they obviously then will have a whole lot that they can take back and start working on. Part of what they're doing here is they want to build up. They said themselves they want to get up to the second tier and start playing there. So this gives them a great opportunity. Gives them a great opportunity to be able to see where they are and where they need to work. And I think the next 6 months will be interesting for them implementing what they found here. That was a big hit down the ground to long on.
Also encouraging, I think, and useful for Africa in general to have a stretch side that they can play that isn't South Africa, because the difference there is obviously just too big for many of the countries. And the path that Namibia has gone down over the last 2 years has borne such obvious fruit that it now becomes of use to other African countries as they come to look to develop their game.
That's right, yeah. Zimbabwe is also there, but Zimbabwe are also in that position where to play Namibia now is maybe not sort of on their agenda, because if Namibia does well against Zimbabwe, then people could start seeing Namibia as the second country in Africa. So Zimbabwe are sort of in a catch-22 when it comes to playing against Namibia. I know Namibia have often asked Zimbabwe to send a team, or we'll take a team there, and they've always turned it down. So back a few years back, they used to sort of send a Zimbabwean A side, but we passed that. We'd like to now play against the Zimbabwean side.
Of course, Zimbabwean cricket has had many challenges over the last 7 or 8 years.
They have, but that's a country with a great cricketing history. They had some great players there in the past. You think of a guy like Colin Bland, who was setting fielding standards way back. People before John D. Rhodes arrived on the scene, Colin Bland was the person they always used to refer to, and the way he fielded in the covers, one-hand pickups, throwing wickets down.
Yep.
John D. Rhodes came in and he became a household name. in South Africa. And then, there was that series when South Africa played against the Aussies in the late '69, I think it was, where John Tricos played for South Africa as a off-spinner from Zimbabwe. Jackie Dupree, the leg spinner that played. And then more recently, they've got guys like Hamilton Masakadza, just recently retired, had a great career, ended up as Zimbabwean captain. The Flower brothers, so they've
of course gone on to coach internationally.
That's right, So they've got a great history, and there's also the sort of side that Namibia now want to play and test themselves again. So,
and often cricket really requires a very sound high school environment for the development of cricket as a sport, and Zimbabwe's high schools would provide that: good grounds, good facilities, long traditions of playing cricket. Where for many other African countries, it's a sport that has to be introduced at school level. We have to almost tell people to not play other sports like football.
Yeah, I think so. Zimbabwean school sport is actually overall is actually quite strong. The Zimbabwean school sides, rugby, cricket, whatever it is, they always do well in schools tournaments. The basics are there. They've got good coaches. I think that's one of the advantages they've had over the years, is that they've had decent coaches. And again, good fielding there. Oh, and Lofty Eaton missing the pickup, but saving the boundary. Showing good commitment. Again, a false shot there, a false hook shot.
'88 for 5, Uganda.
Shah at this stage not prepared to take on Trumpelman. See now for the last ball or two of the over, again the long on going out. Ben Chikongo.
So now it becomes contest inside contest. We know the big contest's over. Now it's bowler versus batsman, individual man-on-man contests. And little victories, boundaries and runs.
Also, I think that's one of the plans they had to give Shah the single. Hopefully bowl team for the next over. Because that's the end at this stage that is open. Shah recently come in only on 4 now. Mukasa on 39. I wonder if Trumpelman will try the shorter ball again to Mukasa.
We'll certainly hear it if he does.
Yeah, he definitely. I'm sure if he wasn't a cricketer, he may be a tennis star.
Yeah.
With a big booming left arm serve.
Monica Seles. Similar style of grunting. Wind still conditions, nice and bright. Ideal cricket. Just worked around the corner. And then Bivin Fieldsman still attacking the ball after Eaton descending on it, swooping on it, and dispatching it off to the wicketkeeper.
Again, not taking the 2. So after 26 overs, 89 for 5, 89 for 5 Uganda. Mukasa on 39, Shah on 4. Sorry, 27 overs. 27 overs, 89 for 5. We still see Erasmus bowling from the southern end. Got a slip in place. Long on, long off. Deep cover boundary, there's someone. Stephen Bard in the sort of extra cover area has been doing a lot of work while Erasmus is bowling. A fair percentage of balls going straight to him. Big appeal, swinging across the line. Umpire says not out.
I'd say it's an indication to me if there's a particular fieldsman who's doing a lot of work. It tells me that the slow bowler is being accurate, that he's putting it exactly where he wants to put it, especially if it's a short fieldsman. And he is frustrating the batsman, where he's now had 2 swings. This particular one filters off past the wicket. Not particularly neat running either.
Yeah, Mukasa wanting to keep the strike. That was buys. Everyone missed it. It seemed to kick up out of foot marks or something. Again out here to the deep cover boundary. Real tidy bowling from Erasmus.
Just a little bit of movement back towards the batsman off the wicket, and this one worked on just backward of point.
Oh, Shah just working that one down to third man area. Bernard Scholes coming around to do the fielding. Again, Scholes doing the fielding.
Carson missing out there, I think. Ball was short and wide. He rocked back, and it just didn't have the aggression to hit it in the air, and that's probably what that particular delivery deserved. But the Ugandans are just batting for time now.
I think maybe the ball coming back into him cramped him a little bit, that he couldn't really free his arms. I see now it looks like Scholes again coming into the attack. So Trumpelman, they just used him quickly, see if we can get a breakthrough. Obviously looking to get him fit, get him cricket fit again. Bowling 3 or 4 spells during the innings. Scholes again, dropping it right on the spot.
Well, if it was a boxing match, the referee would have called it a TKO, and the crowd would be back in the bar having a beer.
Sounds like you're looking forward to a beer, Gary.
Yes, it's cricket. The game's over, and all the players. Well, as I say, he's smashed on. He stepped forward. Beautiful strike of the ball from Shah. Puts in a big step and swings through the line, and hoiks it over the deep wicket boundary. So, lovely shot from him.
And that was totally against the whole run of play so far. Just having a full go. Maybe we're going to see Shah now having a go, attacking the bowling.
Probably smart cricket. It wasn't a great delivery, and he was just waiting for the bad one. Getting a line of, if he's just going to get into a rhythm, then I can disrupt it.
Looking to attack that same area again. Scholes bowled it a bit flatter. Shah not making the same contact. Yeah, that was a well bowled delivery, holding it back a little bit. Flighted a bit more. Mukasa playing well out in front of his body. Just getting the inside edge, otherwise he could have had some problems.
And between Makasa's notched up 42 and that half century starts looking like the next milestone for him. Partnership with 31. The Namibians again shuffling players around and being quite precise in their field placement. And now a change of personnel for that particular position. Scolt's in once more now. Everyone's missed it. And it might go all the way to the boundary. It might. I think it's going to pull up short. They should have run 3, which they now do. 3 byes. 3 wides.
Yeah, down the leg side, so it's 3 wides. Maybe they were looking to get the stumping. Quite often a batsman will overbalance and step out of his crease with the ball down the leg side. And sometimes bowlers do use that, especially in a situation like this where they have a few runs to play with. They'll look for the wicket.
Totally wind-still afternoon, not even a breeze.
Yeah, it's actually from quite a stiff wind that was blowing earlier. It's just dropped down to no wind at all. It must be getting quite hot out on the field now. And after 29 overs, Mukasa has moved on to 43. The total has moved on to 107. Shah is on 15. And my maths says to me that Uganda still need 248 runs for victory.
Which would have been not a bad target to have set them in the first place.
Yeah, that is probably the one figure that we need to see on a scoreboard that we don't always see on scoreboards around the world. Required runs. I know on Cricket Info you see it.
I remember this game being live streamed on the Cricket Namibia Facebook page, and you're welcome to get on there and let us know your thoughts. Let us know what you think. What do you think Uganda's going to wind up at? Or with?
While we've been having a look there, Gerard Erasmus has had Mukasa caught behind. Went back and got something on the ball. Been given out by the umpire Andrew Lowe.
Very muted celebrations. It does an indication of the intensity of the game, which is for all intents and purposes over.
It looks like he played it onto his leg, and J.P. Kotze taking a good catch there. Looks like he turned it onto his thigh pad, inner thigh pad, and through to the wicket keeper.
So drinks at the moment. Just some drinks being taken on for the umpires, and I will be handing over to Tanuj.
Yeah, And I will be handing over to Moore. Enjoy the shift, gentlemen.
Thank you, gents. Good catching there by JP Kotzer. Ball just ricocheting off the batsman thighs. Good catch by JP.
Well, we're changing here from the young to the younger.
Uganda losing the last wicket. Roger Mukasa gone for 43. He looked to be quite strong. Got his 43 in 70 balls, 2 fours, 1 massive 6. Gerard Erasmus, the skipper, picks up his second. So far, Namibia very comfortable in their driving seat. In a very good position over here. Asking run rate for Uganda is over 12. More than 240 runs still needed to chase down 355. And after losing 6 wickets, that light at the end of the tunnel seems to be diminishing.
Well, Namibia are currently going for a spin and win. Spin bowling from both ends and picking up some wickets. Well, Roger was playing quite well, played himself in. Just a small nick there to get his wicket. But better intensity from the Ugandans here. Well, the bowling has been very consistent from the Namibians. Good lines, good length. The bowlers backing up each other. So not a lot of loose balls here. Difficult to score against these bowlers for the Ugandans. And right now we are into their bowlers. And it's going to be much, much more difficult to score here.
Namibia using 6 of their bowlers. Ruben Tropperman starting off the attack. Currently sitting with 2 wickets for 18. Gerard Erasmus with his last over taking the wicket of Roger. 2 wickets for 7. Good economy under 2. Bernard Scholz to continue this attack. Oh, a bit of a mix-up over there.
Run opportunity. Definitely a mix-up there. There was no single there. But it shows some kind of intent.
Uganda yesterday made 208 runs while chasing down 302. Currently they sit at 107 for 6. In the 29th over. What type of a target do you think they are expecting to set up here? Knowing that the chase is quite far away.
Well, it's 12 runs per over. It can still be done. It's just 3 boundaries, 3 fours per over. So they are not really out yet. This is still manageable. If they can start scoring 3 boundaries every over from now, they can win this game.
Yeah, it's up in the air. Chase is on. Should go down for 4. Good boundary by Razat Ali Shah.
And there's a boundary. 2 more boundaries for the over, and they're back in the game.
They'll lead lots and lots of boundaries to get back in the game. Oh, a bit of trickery going on there.
The 31st over done. 111 runs for 6 wickets. And the captain will continue bowling from the southern end. So far, he has bowled 4 overs for just 7 runs. Good economy rate there, 1.75. Picking up 2 wickets as well.
Oh, he's definitely having fun down there. This has been very good discipline from the Namibian bowlers and the fielders. Fielders backing up their bowlers. We haven't seen that much errors in Namibian fielding today. Definitely a lot more discipline than yesterday. Play down to deep extra cover, coming back for a single.
Well, realistically, these 2 players should try just to build a partnership here. And cricket is it should also be fun. Try to have some fun. Sometimes when you have fun, things happen for you. But the bowling has been on point, consistent.
Absolutely right. Uganda sort of know what the situation is right now in this chase. All they can do out there is just to play the game, have some fun, try some adventurous shots, and then once back in the locker room, back to the drawing board, see how they can improve the game. And one department will definitely be in the fielding.
Reverse sweep shot there for 2 runs. Rasa Ali, 18 runs from 23 balls, 1 6 and 1 4. Mostly 2s and 1s for him here.
This is the Castle Lite Series, the second 50-over game between Uganda and Namibia. The series started off with 3 T20 internationals, Namibia winning all 3 of them. And then the first 50-over game was played yesterday on this very same grounds, where Namibia batted first, put a total of 301 runs. Uganda chasing down could only manage 208. And today, being the second game, Namibia posted 354 for the loss of 9 wickets. And Uganda in their 32nd over, 114, down for 6 wickets.
Well, let's not forget Namibia ranked 19th in the ICC rankings, where Uganda is ranked at 32. So quite some distance between the 2 teams. But as you can see, the Ugandan cricket is growing. They're improving. Some more runs there.
Once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Castle Lite, for sponsoring the series. And as far as India, Dafabet India. And to all our viewers watching this game live via the Cricket Namibia Facebook page. Good bowling by Bernard Scholes. Just keeping his line. So far, the Namibian bowlers have been very, very economical. Only 3 balls have been wide in this inning so far. It's up in the air, should go all the way. Does it have the air? Definitely does. 6 runs. Clears the screens. Yeah, and a welcome boundary for Uganda. They will definitely lead a lot more of these 6 runs.
Well, the Ugandans got nothing to lose here. Take some risk, play some shots, have some fun. It's their final day here in Namibia. It was fun having them here. This is a land of great hospitality. We are here at the Wanderers, beautiful cricket stadium. Great weather in the capital city today. Well, the Namibians should be happy. Still bowling here, Erasmus the captain. Didn't do a lot with the bat today, so he wants to do it with the ball.
Dinesh Nakrani at the crease, 7 runs off 10 balls, 1 6. Good bowling by Gerard Erasmus. Keeping a very fine line. Playing the ball right onto the batsman. And this is the type of bowling consistency that Namibia will have to show in the T20 World Cup against Bangladesh. They are a very strong side. End of over number 34. Uganda now 1-2-3 for the loss of 6 wickets. Asking rate is now sitting around 14.5. Uganda still needs 232 runs from the next 16 overs. Their last 5 overs have been a bit slow. 16 runs coming from it with 1 wicket. Run rate of 3.2. Bernard Scholes continuing his 5th over. Bowling from the northern end. Good line. Bernard Scholes bowling to batsman on strike, Raizat Ali Shah. Good running between the two, putting Dinesh Nakrani back on strike.
Well, I just feel the Namibian captain should do more here, switching up his bowlers a bit more often. I think he's dragging on this game too long. Currently using spin from both sides. Like I was saying, I just feel Namibian captain must rotate his bowlers here, try to create more pressure. Maybe 2 over spells instead of 4 over spells.
That's right, he has a lot to choose from. I mean, we have got Robin Chumpelman left with 3 overs, Bench Congo with 5, Jan Nicole Lofty with 4 overs, Jan Freiling who took a wicket, he also has 4 overs left. So a lot of options for the skipper. With 6 wickets down, perhaps Erasmus can look to finish his game quite early.
Yeah, definitely, because clearly the Ugandans are just trying to play out this overs here. Just looking for singles here and there. Gives them more time on the crease. But from a Namibian point of view, they need to learn how to kill off games. If you're going to the World Cup in India, you need to kill off teams quick and fast. End of the over. Just 4 runs from that over. Current required run rate is 15.09. And drinks. Well, the question here is, what are the Ugandan players going to discuss here during this drinks break? 15 runs per over is the current required rate. The current run rate of Uganda is 3.61. They've not even seen 5 as a required rate so far here. 126 runs for 6. Still about 15 overs to go here. Uganda need another 229 runs to win this game. It's a Lite series. Uganda playing against Namibia. Namibia won yesterday's game, and so far it looks like it's going to be 2-0 for Namibia here. They also won all the T20 games, 3 games against the Ugandans. So Uganda's not getting a win here in Namibia.
Well, it's not over until the fat lady sings. Uganda still got 15 overs to play. You never know. But a very confident Namibia team, done brilliantly with the bat, kept absolute discipline in the bowling lineup, rattling the Ugandan batting attack. We saw when Uganda came out to bat, just couldn't settle in there. Saad Islam gone for a duck. Hamokuyondo, 11 runs, followed by the skipper, Arnold Otwani, just 3 runs. But there seemed to be a solid partnership building up between Ramak Patel and Roger Mukasa. And then beautiful bowling by, catch and bowling by Jan Freiling, getting the wicket of Ronak Patel, the very dangerous Ronak Patel, who scored a century yesterday. And then Kenneth Weiser walks in, 11 balls later, walks back out. And then followed by Roger Mukasa. And currently we've got Razat Ali Shah, not out at 20, alongside with Dinesh Nakrani, sitting at 7 runs. As for the bowling, the Namibian bowlers have been very, very disciplined. Ruben Chumpelman starting off the attack. 2 for 18 with 1 maiden over in his 7 overs. And then the skipper himself, Gerard Erasmus, 2 for 11. And then good bowling by Ben Congo and Jan Freiling with a wicket apiece.
Well, the captain continues here to bowl. Looks like they're going to continue with spin bowling from both ends here. I think from a Namibian point of view, they should try to bowl this team out. They didn't manage to bowl them out yesterday. It'll be very encouraging to see them bowl out this side.
Just edged, get the 1 run. Yeah, that's right. Uganda will need more than 220 runs to win. Namibia will need just 4 wickets to seal the game.
Just another single there.
This has been a long, exhausting day for both teams. I cannot see why not. They would like to finish this early. I mean, both teams yesterday batted out their 50 overs.
I don't think the Ugandans want to see this game end early. They're having fun out there. Well, it's up to the Namibians to bowl them out. Spin from both ends. It's becoming quite comfortable for the Ugandans just to take singles here and there. Erasmus into his 7th over here. Still bowling at an economy of less than 2 runs per over. End of the over. ...131 runs for 6 in the 36th over. 6 wickets down.
Uganda can see this game slipping away. Asking rate is now 16 runs and over. Change of bowling again. Jan Nicole, Lofty Eaton back into the attack. 6 overs so far from him, 21 runs. Good economy, 3.5. Smacked away. And good save in the deep. Just a 1 run. Seems like Ben Chikongo might just get the ball next over. We can see him warming up.
Well, they gotta try something different here. Well bowled.
So far, the Namibian bowling have restricted Uganda to a very, very low total. Uganda currently sitting at 132 for 6 in their 36th over. Asking run rate just keeps creeping up with every dot ball. Uganda at this stage will need more than dot balls if they want to still stay in this game.
Well, it'll be interesting to hear after the game what the plan was for the Ugandans here. Good fielding once again. A good shot just for 1 run. End of the over. $134 for 6. 13 more overs to go here at the Wanderers. And the required run rate has gone up to 17. Gerard Rasmus to continue. Bowling his 8th over here. First ball, a dot ball there. That one is given wide. Well, I think Uganda needs to play a lot more cricket. They need to organize lots more games with teams that are higher than them. And with time, you can see this team growing. The only challenge here is there's a lot of players in their 30s in this team. So if they are still trying to develop these players, I don't know how long they can still play cricket professionally.
Yeah, that's a good point over there. Uganda definitely back at home can start up leagues, get some young, fresh blood in there, mold them, train them up, and prepare them to be the next Cranes.
Well, they got some young stars like Cosmos. I hear he's 19. They need more of those kind of players.
Smacked.
Smacked for 6 there. And it's not a good feeling when you get hit for 6 for the last ball of the over, because you can't come back and bowl another ball. It's quite a bad feeling.
Yeah, it definitely is, but he sure can come back and bowl another over. That was 6 off Jan Nicole's last delivery off his 7th over. And it seems like we have Ruben Trumpelman. As you know, it's still Jan Nicole, Lofty Eaton.
Yeah, last over was Erasmus. He hit for 6 from the last ball. Still spin from both ends. Well, Uganda creeping closer and closer to that 150 mark here.
A bit of a full delivery, just the 1-run. Guided straight down to deep square. I'm actually wondering if Ronak Patel was still batting right now, where would this Ugandan score be? Oh, what a shot. Dug it out from the crease. Straight 6. Right over long on.
Well, the challenge for Namibian skipper here is that he only has 7 overs left from the fast bowlers, and I think about 3 or 4 from the medium-paced bowler. So he has to bowl his spinners now before the final power play.
That was a brilliant 6 from Razat Ali Shah, and just like that, quickly he moved to 39 runs from 38 balls, 1 4, 3 sixes, striking over 100. Seems like Jan Nicole is not shaken up with that 6. Still good economy rate, 4.22.
Well, on another day, could have been a different story, but they've got runs on the board today to play with. So he wouldn't worry about that 6.
Well, that 6 brought up the 150 mark for Uganda. Now with a single run taken, Uganda now 151 for 6.
Well, they are definitely handling the spinners quite well here. Ah, you miss a hit. And finally a wicket there. The captain persisted with the spinners.
Jan Nicole Lofty Eaton strikes, getting the dangerous Razat Ali Shah out.
Finally gets his first wicket in this series. Had to bowl a lot of overs.
Uganda slumping more down the road, 152 for 7 after 39 overs. It seems like the skipper for the Namibian side does have a plan indeed to wrap up this game as early as he can. keeping his spinners slash pacers, keeping the pressure on for the Ugandan batsmen, not allowing them to settle in. But well played by Razat Ali Shah. Bowled out by Lofty Eaton. 40 runs of 41 balls, which includes 1 4 and 3 sixes.
Well, I feel the Ugandans are still looking to score at least 200 runs here today.
The question is how.
They can do it, they can do it. Danish has been doing well. He has scored 1 6 so far from his 14 runs from 30 balls. So if he keeps pushing his singles here and there, they could get to the 200 mark. Joining him on the crease is Cosmos, the fast bowler, coming in at number 8. Shot.
Up in the air. And 6 runs.
Like I told you, he's got some firepower in him.
Yeah, seems to be coming a bit late. Asking rate right now is almost 18 runs and over.
Those are 3 sixes. It's all possible here for the Cranes of Uganda. They just need 18.18 per over to win this game.
Well, the sixes are definitely flowing in for Uganda. I mean, the last 10 overs, they have managed to hit 3 sixes. And this is good running between the wickets. A bit of a misfield from Uganda. Uganda comes back for 2 more.
Wow, we see
might just go for number 4.
A rare misfield from the Namibians here, costing them 3 runs. Well, Cosmos about to face his first ball. What I saw from him yesterday, not really a batsman, the all-out bowler, it seems.
Erasmus bringing his fielders inside, knowing that Cosmos will try and play those big shots. Interesting field. Or it could be the power play in effect. Erasmus 9 runs from the over so far.
A good drive there from Cosmos, but well fielded. Well, today it looks like he wants to play some shots. Ooh. Quite a tall boy. Only 19 years old. Yeah. And 4 runs there. Risky shot though.
Gets him off the mark with the boundary. I'm sure he'll be pleased with that. "13 runs off the over, pushing Uganda's score to 165 for 7 in the 40th over. 10 more overs to go. Seems like Yannick Lofty Eaton back with the ball, and Empire singling power play in effect. This is where probably the skipper, Gerard Erasmus, will look on to bring the rest of his bowlers. Probably Ruben. A swing and a miss, and given. And Nicole strikes again with the second wicket. This time it's Dinesh Nakrani, gone for 23 runs in the 40th over. And Uganda further down the drain.
Tumbling here. Good intent, trying to put the bowler off on the first ball. He swings, he misses. And if you miss a hit. And he's walking back slowly. Clearly, the way he's walking back, you can see he's going to miss Namibia.
Oh, he was looking to pick up that ball for a 6. A bit of a spin. Got him misjudging it. Missing the ball completely. Ball hitting the pad. And definitely was hitting the leg stump. Uganda lose another one. 165 for 8. Namibian Eagles looking to wrap this game up quite early. Trevor Bukenya walks in. He joins his fellow bowler Cosmos Kewuta.
Well, I'm still a bit hopeful here that Uganda will reach 200 at least. It's just 35 runs. Shouldn't be much to ask.
Okay, we can call that the new occasion. They need only 25, 35 more runs in the next 10 overs. That will be their target, 200. The last 5 overs we've seen from Uganda bringing 38 runs, 2 wickets, strike rate or economy of 7.6. Thus thanks to those 3 big sixes. Oh, very close, very close. Skipper bringing in a slip and a silly point.
It's all happening here. Namibia bowling to the bowlers here. A lot of excitement now.
Change of fielding, we got a deep point. Actually, deep square leg. And Namibia still working with 1 slip. Oh, it's up in the air, but we'll be safe. Chase is on. Should be able to get it. Come back for 2 runs.
Good pull shot there from Trevor. Getting him 2 runs.
Just couldn't get enough of it, but still did land safe.
A good boundary there. Trevor. Putting some runs on the board. Nine more overs to go. Uganda still needs 182 runs from just 54 balls to win this game. Run rate 20.22. Should not be a problem for them. Third umpire. Looked like a change of balls. Very beautiful drive there, just for one run. Well, the bowlers are playing some fancy shots here. Good to see. The captain into his last over here. Bowling himself out. Good economy grade so far. 4.03. In the air there, but falls safely. Just another one run. Swing and a miss there. Good bowling by Erasmus. Well, these are tail enders here. Should be easy to get them out. Ah, takes another good shot. Gets another run there. Cosmos and Trevor putting some runs on the board here. Enjoying themselves. They know the game is gone. Just having some fun out there. And that was it for the captain. He bowled 10 overs here, conceding 40 runs, taking 2 wickets, and also bowled 1 maiden over. A very good economy of just 4 runs per over. So great stuff from the Namibian captain. He's out of the attack. And young Nicole Lofty-Eaton also going to bowl his final over. He's also picked up 2 wickets here. So the spinners picking up 4 wickets in today's game, compared to yesterday where only one spinner picked up a wicket. Hit and miss. Probably an issue of height there. Well, the Ugandan bowlers here swinging. Another dot ball. He runs down the pitch. And a 6. Trevor, you beauty. Well, not much to lose here for the Ugandans, and Trevor runs down the pitch and the wicket and scores a 6 there. A good cameo here. $16 runs from 12 balls. End of the over. $183 runs for 8. Well, young Nicole Lofty-Eaton bowled 10 overs for 47 runs and took 2 wickets. A good economy of 4.7. Seven more overs to go here. Maybe it just needs 2 wickets. The required run rate has moved up to 24.57. More spin bowling. Looks like Lecoq is the bowler. Bowling is first over here. A dot ball to start this over. In the air. And a good boundary there. Cosmos adding 4 more. Sorry, there was Trevor Bukenya taking him to 20 runs from just 14 balls. Why didn't they bring him in earlier? Trevor Bukanyo moving at a good run rate, strike rate here of 142. He gets a single there. Well, so far 5 runs from 6 runs from Lecoq's first over. I believe this is his first over, international over that he's ever bowled. Seven runs from that over. Brings our scores to 190 for 8 wickets lost. We have 6 more overs to go here at the Wanderers, the Lite Series. Namibia so far leading 1-0 after winning yesterday's game. Uganda needs here 165 runs to win from 4 overs. From 6 overs, sorry. Well, the run rate is 27.5. So you can score 36 runs in 1 over. So it's still possible for Uganda to win this game.
Yeah, More, you did well on your own there. I was just busy with some business. Thanks a lot for holding the fort. I was listening to you and Tanush speaking earlier. I think at this stage, Namibia are looking at giving all of their bowlers a bit of a chance, building up a bit of rhythm. They're not that I wouldn't say they're not interested in taking wickets, but I think to them now it's more important that all of their players get a chance, get some rhythm going, get some confidence going. So that's why we're seeing the bowlers possibly bowling in slightly longer spells. And guys like Bernard Scholes, they'll look to bowl in shorter spells because that's the way they use him normally. So I think it's just they're using the game now to suit their needs going forward.
Well, definitely, as I said, they have enough runs on the board to play around, see who is where. Last over was bowled by Lecoq, his first over on international level.
Yeah, he bowls leg spinners. Takes a lot of wickets in his club cricket. So he's a good player, good bowler, good all-rounder. That one hit high in the air. Somebody under it. And that's taken there. Gerard Erasmus, the Namibian captain, he always seems to be in the action. Taking a good catch, moving under the ball, steadying himself. And Bernard Scholes getting a wicket.
Leading from the front. And I see Cosmos there giving Trevor some advice. So maybe the Ugandans still feel they're in this game.
Well, maybe they've got a Duckworth-Lewis chart going, which changes their total they're chasing.
I don't even
9 wickets down now. Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see whether they're just going to have a go and whether they're going to try and play out the 50 overs.
Great stuff from the Eagles here. It's definitely going to be a big win here. Taking the series. But it was lots of fun having the Ugandans here in Namibia for the past week. Some great cricket, great T20s as well.
Yeah, and I think especially over the Easter weekend, the T20s that they played, the games were played at a rate of knots, guys were running all over the field. Great energy on the field. Both sides brought that, and it was good to see. And the Ugandans were competitive. There was 2 of those where at one stage it looked like they maybe would cause an upset, but the experience coming through the end for the Namibians. So yeah, they have definitely brought their game or their side of this festival that we've seen here.
Great stuff from the Ugandans. Definitely, they can take some stuff home from here. Especially, I think the fielding was a very good example from the Namibians. For something they can go take home and learn from.
And that's bowled. Scholes taking another wicket. And Henry Senyondo doesn't face a ball. I'm sure he's upset about that. I know no bowler that doesn't like to not bat.
Definitely, bowlers love to hit it.
Yeah. No, they definitely fancy themselves as bowlers. But yeah, that's the end of the game, end of the series. The Castle Lite Series between Namibia and Uganda played at the Wanderers grounds in Windhoek, in a magnificent setting. Great show that was put on by all. And yeah, I think everyone that was here enjoyed it. I'm sure the 2 sides enjoyed it. At the end of the day, Namibia getting 354 for 9. Uganda needing to chase 355. Ended up with 122 all out. Bernard Scholes taking the last wicket in the fourth ball of his last over, or fourth ball of the over. 44.4 overs bowled by Namibia. Namibia winning the game by 160 odd runs.
Yeah, 163 runs. Namibia taking this one. Well, but the total that Namibia put up for Uganda was a very tough total to chase down. 354. It's a very big total. The Eagles couldn't come close to 200.
Yeah, no, I think at the end of the day, the experience and the strength of the Namibians just shining through. But Amor, I'd just like to ask you, to you, who would be your player of the match today?
Well, I will have to go with the. It's a tough one. Well, if you look at it, Namibia won the game by batting, in my opinion. So I would go with Stefan. He scored 145 runs, and he took the game away from the Ugandans.
Yeah,
so I would go with him.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he definitely set the game up for Namibia. Set that platform there for Namibia to really get a big total. And even if Namibia didn't go as they would have liked for the last 20 overs, he still set it up for them to make a major total, a competitive total against any side in the world, really. And yeah, that was that. And player of the series, I think that one's a little bit more difficult.
Well, the bowling was not bad. Ruben did quite well with the ball, getting 7 wickets in the series. So that puts him in there with Stefan, because he had an impact on both games, getting early wickets yesterday and getting early wickets again today. Really putting a hole in the Ugandan batting lineup very early. So he also stands a chance for player of the tournament.
Yeah, I think it'll still be difficult, though. A difficult one. I think, yeah, if it's you just take it over these 2 days. Yeah, Ruben Trimpelman must be the one. Stephen Bard also got a few runs at the start yesterday. So I think between the two of them, whoever adjudicates that is going to have a difficult decision to make. Maybe they'll give it jointly to both of them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what Stephen has done so well for the team in both games is he set the game up well yesterday, scoring at a very good strike rate, not allowing the Ugandan bowlers to get dot balls, and that set up the game well yesterday as well. So he kind of played a very big role in Namibia winning the series 2-0.
I agree with you, but overall I think for Namibia today, those that didn't get runs yesterday got some runs today. I think maybe only JB Kotze would have liked to have got a few more runs in the series, but the rest of them, the batsmen, all really did their bit. And the bowlers also all got a nice chance to bowl a few overs, warm themselves up for the international season that's ahead.
Well, it was good to see. I mean, today we 6 wickets from spin bowlers. That's something very good to see, especially on this wicket. There was nothing for the spin bowlers yesterday. They struggled a lot, but today 6 wickets.
Yeah, no, it is so. I think the wicket was playing. Spinning a bit more maybe today, coming through a little bit better than what it was yesterday. And I think what we also saw, though, with the spinners, as soon as you go across the line, then you're taking chances and you get a chance of losing your wicket. So yeah, the spinners they played a big part, and I think spinners these days play a big part in international cricket. And Namibia have quite a few decent spinners. Also, some good seam bowlers. We must remember Michael van Lingen bowled quite a few overs yesterday. He never got a chance to bowl today, so he was still there. And then the other seamers all bowled quite a few overs. I think Jan Freilink was given a chance today just to get some rhythm and get himself going again, which was good to see. And at the end of the day, yeah, I think Namibia will be happy with the work rate that each of their players has gone through, the workload they've gone through, what they've done. And yeah, I think going forward and building from there is going to be it's a good stepping stone going forward. They're obviously going to build more on the intensity. Strength and conditioning looks good, but I know the strength and conditioning coach is going to keep them going. They're going to try and step up another notch there, and yeah, try and become probably one of the fitter cricketing sides in world cricket.
Yeah, that's important, if especially in with the T20 World Cup coming up. Fitness is key for the players. But what I'm glad to see today is that the top batsmen put on most of the runs for the team, and they didn't depend too much on the middle or lower batsmen to put on runs. That's quite very important if you're going to play some of the big nations, for your top guys to be in.
That's right, yeah. I think it's taken a while for them to get going again and to get used to playing international cricket. And but today, yeah, they really started showing that they're getting into the game again. I think Uganda, now they'll obviously, after what they